You probably think this terrain looks nice, peaceful, and balanced. Wrong. It has too many isopods. Yeah, this is just annoying. It also got the mystery beast. Okay, it's just a big beetle, but he's pretty cool, you'll see. Since day 1, the isopods have multiplied a lot, so I need to do something about it. I have made a 3-step plan, starting with eviction. Once wasn't enough. In a second step, I'm going to add some predators. These hopefully will eat some isopods. And the last step, you don't want to know. But first, let's go back to where it all started. Yeah, that was way too dramatic to be followed by this crappy footage. Back then, I just wasn't the pro I am today. Just kidding, I still suck. I just don't film with a potato anymore. This is where it went wrong, by the way. The first isopod. Then, I just wasn't the pro I am today. Just kidding, I still suck. I just don't film with a potato anymore. This is where it went wrong, by the way. The first isopod. What is this footage? And you used to think this was actually good? This belongs gone. Just gone. In the next couple of years, basically, the number of isopods grew exponentially. It grew very fast. The terrarium itself was thriving. I didn't do much more than water it every 2 or 3 days. And just like that, we reached day 900. Again, way too dramatic for this crappy footage. Let's just see how bad it really is with the isopods. See all this? This is not normal soil. This is all isopod poop. Yeah, I probably should not have touched this. There are babies everywhere. Oh, look how cute. You're going to be evicted, eaten, or... But what is the problem with these isopods? Their poop is great fertilizer, the plants are doing fine, and the terrarium looks not terrible. The problem is Bob. Bob is part of a colony of ants that used to thrive in this terrarium. They used to be everywhere and had a nest in this piece of wood. They were busy all day, and I even saw them running around with eggs from time to time. But the last couple of months, I don't see them this often anymore. They moved into this other piece of wood, but their numbers are declining. And I think it is because of competition with the isopods, and the isopods are winning. But don't worry, Bob, this ends now. Like this video if you want Bob to win the war. Okay, it's not really a war, they're not really fighting, but okay, just let me. War sounds cooler. First, I want to see how many ants are left in the terrarium. I'm doing this by putting in a drop of honeydew and checking who's hungry. I don't know what it is about time lapses, but I like them a lot. Something about pressing play and just being able to lie down somewhere. It speaks to me. Look, Bob showed up. But wait for it, Bob is not alone. I hope these 2 ants are not all that are left from the colony. My 3-step plan better work. Keep watching to see if it does. You can really see her abdomen grow. When she's done, she will go back to the colony to feed the rest, and this feeding of the colony happens in a very fun process called trophallaxis. This is just a fancy word for basically puking in each other's mouth. And if you think this is bad, this process can also happen anus to mouth. Oh good god, why? My eyes. You are a very smart ant, Bob. My patrons paid for that honeydew, by the way. Bob says thank you. Oh no, a thunderstorm. Just kidding. I really got you guys there, didn't I? You probably thought it was a real thunderstorm. In my terrarium. Inside. Another time-lapse, just because I like them. You can really see that this thunderstorm brings out the life, including these snails. There are a lot of them too, but they are chill. They won't be evicted, eaten, or... Oh right, the mystery beast. I'll quickly show you this before I before I start my 3-step plan. Turns out, this is a darkling beetle, and I have no clue where this came from. Although this darkling beetle larvae I put in there a few months ago might have something to do with it. Nah, probably not. I guess we'll never know where this one came from. Finally time for step 1, eviction. And I found the perfect candidate for this. At first, I thought this isopod was wearing the skull of his slain enemies, but unfortunately, the reality was much less cool. This is a failed mold, and I feel like I should help him. Don't worry, I'm known for my extremely steady hands. A failed mold is never good. They can lose limbs or even die from it. The only thing I can do is help him remove it. It looks like he's a little bit more mobile, but I would feel bad to evict him. This one would never survive in the wild. He can stay. Hopefully he will make it. I collected a whole bunch of healthy isopods from the terrarium to be evicted instead. And I have only one question. How do these things ever survive in the wild? I mean, look at them. 300 million years of evolution, and this is the result. Anyway, time for the eviction. Just kidding, of course, they're not in there. This was just bait to keep you watching longer. Hey, at least I'm honest. I'm releasing them in this big pile of decomposing organic matter. It's a huge pile of dead plants. I just wanted to sound smart there. I failed. 2 more steps to go. Stay tuned to see if they help Bob and his colony to thrive again. Time to add the scary, terrifying predators. They're in there, trust me. Size doesn't matter, okay? These are centipedes, and this one looks like he has a smiley on his head. For reference, the difference between millipedes and centipedes. Millipedes are slow, chill, and cool. Centipedes are scary, fast, and stuff of nightmares. Time to put them in the terrarium, so they can eat some baby isopods. It is so tiny, I can barely see it. Yes, that's what she said. I found a victim for step 3. Don't worry, nothing bad is going to happen. Just kidding, of course. This was again just bait to keep you watching longer. Yeah, I know, I suck. But that was a great transition, wasn't it? Wait, I'll do it again. Try and spot it. Yeah, I know, perfect. Impossible to see. Anyway, 2 weeks later, I wanted to see if my 3-step plan had worked. I saw this millipede. That's a good sign, because I hadn't seen them in a long time. People always ask me, how do you get such great footage of your animals inside your terrariums? Yeah, nobody asks me that, but the answer is, sometimes I cheat. I build little sets to film them in. 95% of the time, I really film inside of the terrarium, but sometimes it's just easier to take the animals out, film them, and put them back in. Let's take a look at Bob's colony. I didn't have to look long to find him. And then I saw more ants. They were exploring the terrarium. I don't know if their numbers grew, but at least I saw them more. I brought this colony in by accident with a piece of wood, so I have never seen the queen, but the fact that there are still workers after all this time means she is in there somewhere. After 900 days, this kinda looks a little bit like it could be a small piece of the forest. Click on this video now, do it. Thank you to all patrons, members and everyone that watched, and hello to
Okay, and welcome to the dumbest, shittiest, most pathetic. Okay, welcome back. Video number 4. This one's going to be about organizations, trusts, and groups. $400,000 for free from COVID-2 or something. See anything about anything? You're going to see here. Okay, and welcome back to video 2 of the 2.0 version of the free contract killer course. I have a lot of crazy notes, a lot of handwritten notes. Things have just been pouring in over the past day or two, and they all apply to this particular section. So I'm just like losing my mind a little bit trying to figure out, like, wow, I have all this brand new stuff that's going to be implemented in this video that's like literally a day old. I haven't even thought about it yet, but it has to be entered here. So the first thing I want to go over with you guys is that in the last video, there's something I didn't talk about with you guys, okay? And it's the frivolous IRS arguments. Frivolous IRS arguments. Right? The truth about frivolous tax arguments right now. You're going to start telling your friends a lot of the stuff, or your family a lot of the stuff from the first video, and they're all a bunch of little bitches, little cunt-ass bitches, and they're going to send you this, right? First and foremost, definition of frivolous in law. It means that it's intended to harass, delay, or embarrass the opposition. A bad faith claim. Like, it's not even real. Whenever you see the word frivolous, people often think like frivolous means like just not important or doesn't have any value. That's not what frivolous means. Frivolous means like you intended to fuck with someone or attack someone or harass them or embarrass them. And it literally has like no basis at all, and it's just like a pure like empty attack. So keep in mind the word frivolous is a bit strong. It's very strong actually. So whenever you see that word, you should jump all over it and make them prove that it's frivolous. Don't let people use that word on you. It's not the kind of word you want to let people use on you. If you let them use that word, it's not good. Because bad faith claims, you start opening up penalties that are called sanctions, and you start opening up a lot of gnarly doors that you're not going to want to get involved in. So make sure that whenever you see this word, you jump all over it and attack the shit out of it. 'Cause it's not, as long as you mean well and you're trying your best, it's not frivolous, right? So that alone right here is easy to fight, right? But if you look here, every single time you get a letter in the mail, and every single time you see anything about anything, you're going to see here, let's see if I can get this going here, taxpayer. 305 times. I'm just going to go through this super quick. The word taxpayer is used, right? And if you notice on all your IRS bills, you're going to notice that the word taxpayer is everywhere. Everywhere, 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 everywhere. They use the word taxpayer for everything. Taxpayer, 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 taxpayer. And I was trying to figure out how do I combat this, because I was getting this a lot from people. Oh, Brandon, what do you think about this frivolous tax argument page? It covers a lot of the stuff that you're talking about and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, interesting. So I went on a little discovery. First thing I noticed was this word taxpayer used 9 trillion times in almost every single sentence to describe everybody. So I started noticing that. I said, what is the definition of the word taxpayer? So I went to the tax code, back to the definition section, 26 USC 770, where we saw person, and where we saw trade or organization, and where we saw someone who resides outside of the United States. And I found it, boom, on 14, subsection A14. The term taxpayer means any person subject to any internal revenue tax. Now keep in mind again, person, this is the Title 26 definition, which is the A1 in this exact section that we're in right now, so we can scroll up. The term person shall be construed to mean and include an individual, a trust, a state, partnership, association, company, or corporation. So if I wanted to reread this and kind of give it a little old mixeroonie, the term taxpayer means any individual, trust, estate, partnership, association, company, or corporation subject to any internal revenue tax. And as we saw in 26 CFR 1.871-1, if you're a non-resident alien and you don't have any income, which income is a really crazy word too. I don't know if I talked about that in the first video. I may have forgotten, but the word income is hysterical. I mean, you could, the word income doesn't really even exist. It doesn't really have a definition. And we're going to get into all that later in the course when we start getting into infinite money and negotiable instruments and all that. Anyways, income is a joke.
You in a minute.
But you don't have any whatever.
Hey, welcome.
From the District of Columbia, so you're a non-resident alien. So you would not be subject to any internal revenue tax. Thus, you would not be a taxpayer. Thus, this truth about frivolous tax arguments section, every single inch of it, has absolutely nothing to do with you. It's like they're talking about French people or people in New Zealand or something. It has nothing to do with you. It only has to do with taxpayers, which would be U.S. citizens or resident aliens. So if your family sends you this, or your friends, and they're like little scared little bitches, just tell them to go look up the definition of taxpayer from 26 USC 7701 subsection A14, and ask them why that word is used to describe the person they're talking about in every single sentence 315 times throughout that entire document. But they aren't talking about non-resident aliens. Non-resident aliens would not be a part of the definition of taxpayer at all. I am not legally a taxpayer. And I'll tell you right now, if I said I was a taxpayer, that would be perjury. Perjury is up to 1 year in prison. I can go to perjury for saying I'm a taxpayer. Because it's a lie. I'm not, by definition, legally. Even if I wanted to be. Let's say there was like some tax benefit or something. Oh, I want to be a taxpayer. Too bad. Too bad. I can't. It's physically impossible. It's physically impossible for me to be a taxpayer. So if they release something tomorrow and it was like, oh, taxpayers get $400,000 for free from COVID-2 or something, or some new virus that they're going to manufacture and release to the world, doesn't matter. I wouldn't be eligible to get it. Okay, just to be clear. So I wanted to mention that before we move on to the next video. So with that mentioned, now we're going to officially move to the next video now, second video. We're going to start with the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is where everything started, right? And it says here that it was ratified. It was never legally ratified. I'm going to show you all the evidence on that, right? So I'm not going to get into all this. It goes into citizenship. See this? Citizenship. All people born or naturalized in the United States are citizens. It goes into a bunch of stuff, right? And I can go on and on and on about this into great detail. I'm not going to do that. You guys can look up the 14th Amendment and go on a deep dive on that, and you guys can learn all about it, right? But what I'm going to show you is, I'm going to show you, if you go to the questions and answers page, all the way down near the bottom, I have a, well, we're going to cover this in just a moment. Let me just pull this up. And then we're also going to cover the slaughterhouse cases, right? So the 14th Amendment, so this is what happened, essentially, in a nutshell. I'm going to give you a full screen of me, okay? And you guys should look this up. I'm not going to go down this whole rabbit hole with you. This is an area that I'm going to give you the outline, and then I'm going to expect you guys to go out and do all the nitty-gritty research on this, okay? Because otherwise it's just going to be 3 or 4 or 5 videos just covering this one section, and I don't want to do that. Okay, so at the end of the Civil War, which was all about slavery, they wanted to release the slaves, the blacks, as they say, right? That's their terminology, or they actually say the Negroes in the actual text, in the actual terminology. Right? So what happened is that they had this war and all this, and I think the South didn't want to release slavery, and the North did. So what they did is they came to this sort of middle ground, and they basically released an entirely new version of citizenship, because they didn't want all the people who were the true Americans, the true, what they called at that time, state citizens, which we'll get into right now. They didn't want all of the released slaves to have all of the rights of a state citizen, meaning somebody who's living in one of the 50 states, the unincorporated original 50 states. Okay, so there's a series of Supreme Court cases that happened right after the 14th Amendment called the slaughterhouse cases.
Welcome.
And this is when they finally determined that there's 2 different types of citizenship, and the 14th Amendment created this secondary citizenship category that only has civil rights.
Hi, welcome.
And it's not a state citizen, doesn't have the Constitution and the Second Amendment and all this kind of stuff, right? And if you look right here, now look at this. We are on Google, guys. I am not on some backwoods, crazy, conspiracy theory website, anything like that, okay? I'm on Google. This is the front page of Google. I typed in the words slaughterhouse cases into Google, of all places.
Hi.
And we're going to go to Wikipedia, which I know is not the best place in the world, but I'm just showing this as like a shock factor. On the front page of Google, on Wikipedia, which you can literally pay, and you can lock out pages and change it, and it's the easiest place in the world to control the narrative. It doesn't get any easier than the front page of Google and Wikipedia to control the narrative. Okay, so I'm showing you this because it's so hilariously extreme, and you can say anything you want. You can say, "Oh, Brandon, it's Wikipedia." You can say anything you want. I'm just showing you this is extreme. It's so funny they haven't even. Okay, so the slaughterhouse
Let me know if there's anything I can
was
help you
a
with.
landmark U.S. Supreme Court decision which ruled that the Privileges or Immunities Clause of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, only protects the legal rights that are associated with federal U.S. citizenship. Not those that pertain to state citizenship. So what happened was that they created this federal U.S. citizen category at the same time that they incorporated the government, which is 1870, 1871, the Organic Act of 1871, and then the 14th Amendment, and then the slaughterhouse cases. So again, you should dig into all those if you want lots more information. The big, huge carrot that was part of the Organic Act of 1871 Organic Act of 1871. District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871. So the big part of this is all part of what happened. The District of Columbia was born, and the public school system was born. So you have the incorporated government called the United States and the District of Columbia that was born. You have the public school system that was born. You have the federal U.S. citizenship category that was born.
Let me know if
And
there's
this
anything I can
is
help.
where you have the birth of this whole giant corporate campus, and then you have all of the quote-unquote Negroes, their words, not mine, that were being, they didn't want to give them the full state citizenship, which is the real one, which is the one of like Californian or Texan, right? Because before this point, there was you were a citizen of a state. You wouldn't say I'm a U.S. citizen. You would say I'm a Texan. I'm a Texan, right? That was your citizenship was Texan. Your citizenship was Californian. That was the citizenship, right? So, state citizens, which you see a lot from a guy who I love who has a bunch of great videos, Richard McDonald. For those of you who have not seen him, he talks a lot about this subject, and he has excellent videos. State citizen. I'm not even sure. Let me see here what we have. Here's a photocopy of one of his old websites that's been gone for a long time. He passed away. Here it is, Richard McDonald on state citizenship. So if you look up some of these videos, Richard McDonald on state citizenship. Let me see if this goes
every
to,
month. This Airbnb
so
pays me in semi-passive income.
this guy here, give me one second. This guy here, let me just show you real quick.
Trunk of the car. Guess what? He got a ticket. They didn't even pound it. He still had a driver's license in his pocket.
So this is Richard McDonald, amazing guy. He talks a lot about state citizenship. Someone you should check out if you go on my State National Resources page. Here's the resources. You can go down, and I just, like yesterday, added a link here, right here, the old Richard McDonald books and materials from back in the day. Click on this, and it's a shared folder, and it has all of the Richard McDonald books from way back, I think 20 years ago when he used to teach this. He had these books, right? These are all free. They're scanned copies. Someone sent these to me. Okay, so you have state citizenship. So before the slaughterhouse cases in the 14th Amendment, there was only we the people. There was no persons. This is where persons were born. So all of the slaves, the blacks, the Negroes, whatever you want to call it, that's what they call it. I'm sure they had more quote-unquote colorful words to use as well. This is when they became persons. They weren't people. They weren't allowed to be people. They were made into persons as federal U.S. citizenship category was born, right? So, this is what literally birthed everything, is this so-called 14th Amendment. It birthed the CIA, the FBI, the public school system, the driver's license, the Federal Reserve notes, the District of Columbia, the EPA, literally everything, all slavery, and all three-letter agencies, besides the sheriff's office, even the police was born out of this federal U.S. citizenship category. Anything incorporated, anything working in a corporate capacity, which is literally everything I just mentioned, came out of this federal U.S. citizenship category. So a state citizen, before that point, there was only state citizens, there was only we the people, and there was pretty much just the sheriff and the county recorder, and that was it. There wasn't any of this police and driver's licenses and license plates and speed limits and all. Now what's crazy is this same system, this federal versus state citizenship system, is still in effect to this day. And if you go online and you type in, we're going to type in some things here. I'm going to show this to you. Let me just close some of these windows. Too many windows, right? This one's going to go, right? So we have, let's see here. We have the next part of this I'm going to show you. I'm trying to, all of this is so new. Some of this stuff I just learned so recently. I'm going to show you some stuff that's just so crazy. My head is spinning literally teaching you this right now, right? So I have this on my Williams & Williams law firm under the questions and answers page. There's a whole section on the 14th Amendment, right? About how racist it is and how horrible it is and how it's destroyed everything and caused us all to be slaves. And then I also have it on the Amnesty Coalition page. If you go to the Amnesty Coalition page, I'll show you that as well. I'm a little bit disorganized here, so I do apologize. Let's see if this comes up. And I'm going to pause the video for a second. Okay, so I'm back. I'm just trying to keep it from turning into the first course where you're having to wait while I do all this. I can pause things now. How cool. So if you look here, you can see on the Nation of the Amnesty Coalition page, I have a whole section on the 14th Amendment here. The question is, what are you so upset about? And stark opponents of the 14th Amendment, and it goes into great detail as to how and why that is. And then it has a couple photos of a little bit of the information, and then it has a clickable link right here, and it's a shareable link, and the exact same text almost exactly is also on my Williams & Williams website on the questions and answers section. You scroll all the way down to the very bottom, and it's basically a copy and paste of all the same info. And then you have the same thing. You have a link to the big boy document here.
Hi, welcome to
and
the
then you
school.
have the actual document, right? So I'm going to pause for 1 second to turn off my phone. Okay, back. So annoying. So, okay, so pause for 1 second here. So, let's look at this thing.
Hi,
We have the
welcome.
congressional record of the 90th Congress, first session. We're going to go down here, and we're going to see here, what does the section say? The 14th Amendment, equal protection law or tool of usurpation. What is usurpation? Usurpation. The act of taking someone's power or property by force or without right, especially a position of power. Stealing and eliminating someone's power, right? You see here, it's talking about how the 14th Amendment is a sham. We have tolerantly permitted the habitual misuse of words to serve as a vehicle to abandon our foundations and goals. Thus, the present use and expansion of the 14th Amendment is a sham, serving as a crutch and hoodwink to precipitate a quasi-legal approach for overthrow of the tender balances and protections of limitation found in the Constitution, right? So I recommend you read all this. They talk about, I'm not going to get into this too much because it's going to take a while. They talk about how each exact state that did not approve the 14th Amendment in detail, you can go to the next page here and you can see it says right here, Texas rejected the 14th Amendment on October 27th, 1866. Georgia rejected the 14th Amendment on November 9th, 1866. Florida rejected the 14th Amendment on December 6th, 19... And they have these references that you can go and look up. And they're basically saying that I think it's 2/3 or 3/4 of, let's see here, permitting the ineffectiveness of said resolution as above. 15 states out of the then 37 states of the Union rejected the proposed 14th Amendment between the date of its submission to the states by the Secretary of State on June 16, 1866 and March 24, 1868, thereby further nullifying said resolution and making it impossible for its ratification by the constitutionally required 3/4 of such states, as shown by the rejections thereof by the legislatures of the following states. So this is the congressional record. This is not, people use fucking like news articles as sources for like so many things, and a lot of people use news articles as sources to other news articles. That's the world we live in now. It's a world of complete horseshit. It's absolutely the most pathetic fucking thing in the world. Bro, this is the congressional record of 1967 saying this. Our own Congress is saying that this is bullshit. The 14th Amendment is what created the U.S. citizen category. Congress has said already and given us all the evidence that we need to use in court or anywhere else that it was never legally ratified. What does that mean? It means that there is no such thing as a U.S. citizen. U.S. citizen doesn't even legally exist, bro. Like in the last video, I said I'm not a U.S. citizen, and if I said I was, per 18 U.S.C. 911, I'd be committing a felony up to 3 years in prison for saying that I'm one. I couldn't say I was one if I wanted to. They don't exist.
Welcome.
There is
to the
no such
ASOP
thing as a U.S.
vehicle
citizen.
retrieval system.
There never has been such thing as a U.S. citizen.
Your vehicle
It's
has been
fucking
moved to our
racist
storage
as
facility.
fuck.
Welcome.
The U.S.
To the
citizen
ASOP
category
vehicle
was
retrieval
created to
system.
fuck
Goodbye.
over the blacks.
Please visit
I mean,
us again.
you could say to yourself, oh, well, Brandon, at least the U.S.
Your
citizen
vehicle
category
has been
allowed them to be
delivered.
released
Please
from
visit us
involuntary
again.
servitude.
Goodbye.
Yes, but we're living in 2024, guys. This isn't 1871. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think if you tried to go out here on the street corner and, I'm just going to say it, try to do an auction for human beings, I don't think that'd go over so well. You tell me if I'm wrong, right? It's not a part of our culture, man. It's buying and selling humans is not a part of our culture anymore. It's not even a question. It would be attacked in any state, right or left leaning. In California, it would be really attacked. In places like Texas, it would still be attacked. Maybe less, maybe not. You don't know. You could say like, oh, the conservatives wouldn't attack us hard. You don't know that. You don't know. You don't know until it happens. I might go out here in the street corner and see some shit like that and no one's doing anything. Here, I don't know. I'm just telling you, generally speaking, buying and selling of human beings in today's world isn't going to... We don't need the 14th Amendment to protect us from that. we don't need this. We don't need this bullshit amendment that was never ratified, that created all this horseshit. We don't need it, okay? So this is very fascinating, right? So this whole thing, the CIA doesn't even exist. Federal Reserve doesn't even exist. The District of Columbia doesn't even exist. The public school system doesn't even exist. If the U.S. citizen category doesn't exist, none of these things exist, right? So people always ask me, oh, Brandon, what do we do? Do we vote for Trump? Do we vote for Biden? Oh, my God. Do we vote for Kamala Harris? You're better off feeding your dick into a wood chipper, bro. All of the above. It's all trash. Trump, you know, and just to be clear, just to really clear the air here for a second, I'll clear the air with you guys. I voted for Trump in 2020, okay? And I'm never going to vote again. I didn't realize that it's illegal for me to vote. I had fucking literally no idea it was illegal for me to vote. I had no idea. I thought I was a U.S. citizen. I had no idea that category literally doesn't even exist, and it can't exist, and I can't be that. And had I known that at that time, like I covered with you guys, I believe, in video number 1, 18 U.S.C. 911. Now, if you look here, right, I don't mind telling you guys this information, and I'll show you why, right? Whoever falsely and willfully represents himself, falsely is also an interesting conversation, but willfully represents himself to be a citizen of the United States, right? I had no idea. I thought I was. I thought I was a U.S. citizen. I thought that was the normal thing. I thought we're supposed to vote. I thought all this stuff. So it wasn't like a willful, I wasn't trying to fall, like I didn't know. Now that I know, I definitely will never say that I'm a U.S. citizen ever again. And I realize that if I do, I'm going to prison. So this whole category, it doesn't even exist. Not only am I not one of these things, in my own world, in my own head, and in the real world, which we're going to get into in a moment, the difference between the real world and the fake world, there's actually terms for it. I'm going to show it to you. In the real world, not in the fake world, in the real world, there is no U.S. citizen category. It doesn't exist. The 14th Amendment was never legally ratified. And like I said, you want all the evidence. Submit this document that I have, that I give you away for free. Submit this into any court case that you have. You could have a criminal case for trafficking 480 tons of heroin and say, I'm not a U.S. citizen, and the U.S. citizen category doesn't even exist, and submit this as evidence. And every single reference that they give in this little document, submit it as reference. You're going to blow the whole goddamn court system up with a hand grenade. The 14th Amendment is unconstitutional. Do that. This is not a lot. This is only, the first page is just the cover. And we have 1 page here, 2 pages here, and 3 pages here, and 4 pages here, and 5 pages here, and 6 pages here, and it ends, I believe, at this line right here. So 6 pages minus half the first, or maybe a quarter of the first, and then maybe half-ish or a quarter of the last. So you only look at about 5.5 pages of real actual text, okay? It's not that... for how powerful this is, I would say take the time to read this word for word, really understand this. This is the craziest, most powerful thing ever. You could use this for anything. You could use this for traffic tickets. You could use this for... It's all everything under the sun, moon, and stars, except criminal cases where there's a victim and the victim presses charges, is all under the assumption of the 14th Amendment. Everything. Driver's licenses, tickets, citations, taxes, state taxes, sales taxes, all traffic violations, drug trafficking, as long as there's not a victim. I could go on and on and on and on and on. If there's no victim and the victim's not pressing charges, it's under the assumption of the 14th Amendment and the federal U.S. citizen category, which doesn't fucking exist. No one is fighting this. No one is using this as what's called an affirmative defense in litigation. And I'm going to teach you later in this course how to get into litigation, okay? And for those of you who are already in a lawsuit, and you're like, oh shit, I'm going to use this. Use it, but I'm going to give you a little tip right now, and I'm going to give you a lot more of these tips later in the course. Don't just try to get cases dismissed, please. We're trying to actually change the atmosphere of this country. Don't just let the bullies off by dismissing the case. Dismiss the case, but then counterclaim and turn around and go after them for fraud and damages and trying to destroy your rights under color of law. We're going to get into all that later in the course, but don't ever dismiss a case. Don't you ever dismiss a case without going into a counterclaim. You want to dismiss the case, and then you want to paint your fucking face, take your shirt off, and run right at them with the deadliest, most horrific fucking facial expressions they've ever seen. You want to haunt them as a living nightmare till the day, like multiple generations of their bloodline. And it's not about revenge. Like I said, we're going to get into all this a lot later. It's about correction. We need to correct the system. We need to get these things under control. We need to stop these bullies that are using things that are not lawful. They're not legal. This is not the government. We are not against the government. We are not anti-government. This is not government. The 14th Amendment has it's just criminal. It's a criminal enterprise that has absolutely nothing to do with the government. You say, oh, fuck the government. It has nothing to do with the government. It has nothing to do with the government. It's not the government. The 14th Amendment is not the government. It's this like renegade corporation, the whole corporate empire that exists in the District of Columbia, the federal corporation. That's all from the 14th. It's all horseshit. It's all renegade, criminal, corporate. It's like fucking, it's like mafia shit, bro. It's got nothing to do with the government. It's not the government. The 14th Amendment's not the government. So you're all mad at the government. It ain't the fucking government. So who the fuck you mad at? You gotta realize these things, bro. That's why I tell you, on my website and all this stuff, like you're all mad and you're not gonna be mad by the end of the course at the government, because it ain't the fucking government, bro. You're mad at the wrong person. This ain't the government. It's bullshit. Even Congress tells you in 1967, they tell you that this is bullshit. And it's a tool of usurpation. It's pure cocksuckery. It's evil. The 14th Amendment is evil and was never properly ratified. It does not exist and destroys our republic and destroys everything. Everything has been born from the 14th Amendment. So you say, how, Brandon? How do we fix all this? It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. Everything that you hate about the quote-unquote government, it's not the government, and it's born out of the 14th Amendment, and the goddamn thing doesn't even fucking exist. It's so easy. It's so easy. Everything you hate, everything you despise about the system, everything that you want to quote-unquote fight against as a freedom fighter of the planet, the goddamn thing doesn't even exist. It's a ghost. It's a poltergeist. It's fake. It's not even real. You think you need to get out there and vote for Trump and do all these things and you need to fight and spend all this money and there has to be PACs and super PACs and Democrats and Republicans and this and that. You got to fight the DND and you got to fight the ATFs and we have our Second Amendment. You got to do this and that. No. You don't need to do anything. You have to do literally nothing. Nothing. You don't need to do, you could literally jerk off and smoke crack. And that's all you got to do and you'll be fine. That's all you got to do. You got to do nothing. Get rid of your driver's license, get your contracts cleaned up, get your passport, do a few other things, and just stop operating with this assumption that the 14th Amendment. Are you a U.S. citizen? I don't even know what that is. What is that? No idea what that is. What do you mean you don't know what that is? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, it's that thing, blah, blah, blah. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean? Blah, blah, blah. And then you go deeper and deeper and deeper, and then talk about the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment, I don't know what that is. I don't think that's real. It's not real. There is no 14th Amendment. There is no U.S. citizen. So you can say, I'm not a U.S. citizen. If you want to go a step farther, I don't even know what that is. That's not real. They call you a sovereign citizen not real. What's funny is that what they believe in, which is the U.S. citizen category, literally, legally, isn't real. They're the sovereign citizens, okay? People who believe in the U.S. citizen category and people who believe in the 14th Amendment are actually literally sovereign citizens. So, have fun with that. Okay, have fun with that realization. Have fun with that recognition. Okay, call them a fucking sovereign citizen. They're the sob cits. Okay, shit's hilarious. Okay, so there is no 14th Amendment. There is no U.S. citizenship category. And when we realized that, and you guys helped me, I just changed today. Before I did this video, I just changed the covenant of an ambassador, which you'll see here as well as in the explanatory statement that we're going to go over later. I just added these 2 points to it today, right? The recognition that the 14th Amendment is the most evil, illegal, and racist thing that has ever been activated in North America. It was never legally ratified, and as an ambassador of the nation of the Amnesty Coalition, you agree to do everything in your power at all times to stop, clarify, eliminate, destroy, harm, and attack the 14th Amendment in every possible circumstance. You agree to educate and crusade against the 14th Amendment ceaselessly to its eventual demise. All quote-unquote black, because I know a lot of the guys who are what I've been told is preferred is melanated, by the way. But I'm not going to put that here because it's going to be too confusing for the typical reader because they don't know what that means necessarily, so I just put it in parentheses here. All black men and women deserve to have the same rights and freedoms as all state citizens had prior to 1870, and you promised to allow for this to become a reality. You can really understand that Congress has mentioned in the first session of the 90th Congress that the 14th Amendment was never legally ratified and pledged to assist Congress to correct that massive understanding. So we're going to get this 14th Amendment thing thrown out. It's not even there. All we got to do is just get it recognized as not being there. Once it's recognized as not being there, every single issue that you think Trump or whoever's going to fix, this is how we're going to fix it. And if someone's not talking about this, if someone's not talking about the 14th Amendment and the fact that it was never legally ratified and we need to get rid of it, they have no idea what they're doing. And that includes Trump. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people love Trump who follow my stuff. And I'm sorry to kind of burst your bubble. It bursted my bubble too because I did vote for him 4 years ago. He's not even close, bro. He's not even like 10 football fields close in terms of what needs to occur. This, I'm telling you, this is what needs to happen. It's very, very simple. There is no such thing as a U.S. citizen, right? So all prisoners who have been convicted of victimless crimes will be released with their record scrubbed. All driver's licenses, business licenses, liquor licenses, every single license ever, anywhere, hairstylist, it doesn't matter. Any license, all of them will be gone. No DMV, no smog, no registration. Income tax and the IRS, gone. CIA, FBI, ATF, gone. They can all be merged into the sheriff's office. They don't need to lose their jobs. Federal Reserve, gone. Federal Reserve notes, gone. All freedoms involving arms will be restored, and the firearm term will be destroyed forever. Won't exist anymore. Medical licenses, license to practice law, which doesn't even exist anyways, but that whole idea, the false idea that even exists, that'll be eliminated. Medical licenses, surgical licenses, all licenses of every type will be destroyed. CPS, all child protection services will vanish instantaneously. Court systems will all revert back to before they were incorporated. Constitutions. So this is the next thing I wanted to cover with you guys. Let's cover constitutions. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to show you some shocking information. How many constitutions are there for California? There's 2 constitutions. One before it was incorporated. So the first one's from 1849, basically. And the second one's from 1879. And the incorporated version of the government occurred in 1871, I believe, or 1870. So this one here is the original non-incorporated state citizen version of state of California. And this one here, the 1879 version, is the incorporated federal U.S. citizen version of state of California, which is located in the District of Columbia. How many constitutions are there for Montana? 2. Right? I would need to get into more as to, these dates are kind of weird. The California one's more clear. How many constitutions are there for Indiana? 2. 1816 and then 1851. That's a little interesting. I would need to check those out in more detail. But I would assume to some degree the 1851 version is probably incorporated or something. Something weird is going on with that one. If I had to assume, right? Now check out Texas. Just a quick look at what we got here. 7 constitutions, right? And right around here is where it would have been incorporated. 1866 is where state of Texas would have been incorporated. So if you're in the courts or you're doing anything and you're using one of these, it would be under the state citizen category. If you were using any of these, it would be under the federal U.S. citizenship category because it has to do with the incorporated version of the new government that was created right around that time, 1866, 1871, right in there at the end of the Civil War when Texas rejoined the United States. Do you see that? Illinois, we'll go over a few more of these. And obviously I'm showing you this, and I'm not getting into too much of this because I want This video, I'm trying to just do a whole bunch of crazy shit, and then you can branch off and you can check all this out on your own, and it's like, holy shit, this is like, I'm giving you a bunch of rabbit holes to dig down, because I don't know what state you're in. Every state, I get 80,000 people a month coming to my website. I got 95,000 people have signed up for the first course. This one's going to be 1,000 times better. So we're all going through this together, right? Now we have this term. Illinois has 4 state constitutions. New Jersey has, according to my notes here, 3. 1776 was the first one, because it was one of the original states, right? Like the little ones, like Connecticut. And getting into those ones would be really fascinating. Connecticut, New Hampshire, Vermont, and those little tiny ones. Those probably have really, really interesting and rich constitutional histories. In fact, if you want to learn more about this whole incorporated versus unincorporated and how the constitutions have changed, I would start with the little tiny states. Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire. I would look at those first, and then I would go to New York State, and then I would go to New Jersey. I would go from, if I looked up a list of when all the different states were ratified or whatever, I would go from the first ratified state, and I would study that one first, and then I would go to this. I haven't done that yet. I'm just kind of realizing that right now on this whole thing. I'm just realizing kind of how I would do that. If you're interested in learning more about that and you want to go into a kind of a deep historical dive on how all that works in relation to the incorporated versions versus the pre-incorporated versions, which again occurred around 1865 through 1871, right in there, okay? And like I said, all of this information is still live even to today, and we're going to see that right here, right? So I found this article literally 5 minutes before I started this video, and I was like, oh my God. So I had to add it in here. Okay, so this is an article on the Department of State website about statelessness, right? The aftermath of World War II and the reconfiguration of nation states created a surge of stateless population, which led the drafters of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights to include Article 15, which states that everyone has the right to a nationality. I showed you guys that in video 1, and should not be deprived arbitrarily of his or her nationality. Statelessness exists in every region of the world, but remains a largely hidden problem without government recognition. What does it mean to be stateless? Bro, this is like going to just rip your fucking skull right off. A stateless person is someone who, under national laws, does not enjoy citizenship, which they define as, which is kind of fascinating, the legal bond between a government and an individual, which is, I don't really think that's the best definition. It's kind of a weird definition in any country. While some people are de jure, and I can't believe, or I'm going to show you this, I can't believe that they are using this terminology, bro. It just blows my mind, right? De jure. So if we go into Black's Law, and we look up de jure, which is on, this is the 4th edition, page 557. De jure means of right, legitimate, lawful, by right and just title, right? And it's the contrary of de facto. If we go back to it, we're going to see de facto, right? De facto is here, which we're going to get into in just a moment. But check this out, de jure, right? It may also be, let's see here, by law, of right, legitimate, lawful. That's what de jure means, right? And then if we look at de facto, which is on page 555, de facto, indeed, actually, this phrase is used to characterize an officer, a government, a past action or a state of affairs which must be accepted for all practical purposes, but is illegal or illegitimate. So it's like it exists, but it's fake, like the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is de facto. It exists, it's here, but it's completely illegal or illegitimate, right? Whereas the original de jure state, California state, the state citizen state prior to 1865, is de jure, which is of reality or of law or correct, right? In this sense, it is the contrary of de jure, which means rightful, legitimate, just, or constitutional. Thus, an officer, king, or government de facto is one who is in actual possession of the office or supreme power, but by usurpation or without lawful title. And what did Congress have to say the 14th Amendment was? A tool of usurpation. Oh, wow. Congress is telling us that the 14th Amendment created an entire illegal or illegitimate government. Shocking. It's not a conspiracy theorist sitting in some basement. Congress, on the record, told us this. Fascinating. Well, an officer, king, or officer or governor de jure is one who has just claim and rightful title to the office or power, but has never had plenary absolute, unqualified. But has never had absolute possession of it or is not in actual possession. A wife de facto, look at this. A wife de facto is one whose marriage is voidable by decree, as distinguished from a wife de jure or lawful wife. We're going to get into that a little bit later. When you get a marriage license, you're getting a de facto marriage, by the way. A real, honest-to-God marriage is not done through a marriage license. It's a joke. Okay? So check this out. While some people are de jure or legally stateless persons, meaning they are not recognized as citizens of the laws of any state. So, bro, this is like so fucking crazy. This is the Department of State website. And they're saying that while some people are like actually legally like real, aka stateless, many people are de facto, which means illegitimate or illegal. Or effectively stateless persons, meaning they are not. It doesn't even make sense, but it's just crazy that they even use this terminology, bro. And dude, you want to see something really creepy? One of my fans sent me this. Bro, this is creepy. I mean, like, hold on to your fucking hats, bro. Do you remember in the movie The Matrix, there was that girl and Neo was told by the person behind the computer he didn't know yet through the green text to follow the white rabbit? I'm literally like, my hair is standing on edge just telling you guys this. The White Rabbit's girl, her name in the fucking movie, The Matrix, her name is literally de jure, bro. Like, I am not a conspiracy theorist, bro. I swear to God, bro. Like, you will not see me talking about all this stuff and conspiracies and all this stuff and all this kind of craziness that a lot of people really get into. A lot of the shows that I go on, yes, they are conspiracy shows, but bro, this is just plain creepy. Like, crazy, bro. Crazy, bro. And they spell her name like this. I don't remember in the show ever seeing a spelling of her name. So they say her name is spelled D-U-J-O-U-R, but I would need to review the actual movie because I don't think her name is ever actually spelled in the movie. And I think they're actually saying D-E space J-U-R-E is her name, de jure, which means, so what's the White Rabbit? Follow the White Rabbit to learn the secrets to get out of the Matrix. De jure versus de facto. Dude, it's crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy, bro. I literally wanted to add all this in like right before the video. I thought about all this. I have all these. I printed everything off. I'll show you. I printed everything off and then I made all these blue marks. And I was like, oh shit, dude, we got to course. All 39 videos, bro. Like, dude, this shit is like, and then what do? Is they sell you or approve you to get little tiny chunks of your rights, which you already had, but you gave away back to you. Driver's license, the entire first course, all 39 videos, bro. Like, dude, this shit is like crazy. I didn't know any of this. 2 years ago, bro. It's so fucking crazy. It's so fucking crazy, dude. It's so fucking crazy. But anyways, I digress. Okay. So how does this whole system work, right? So what they do is they make you tell them that you are this lower level individual called a U.S. citizen. And then what do? Is they sell you or approve you to get little tiny chunks of your rights, which you already had, but you gave away back to you. Driver's license, permit to buy a gun, business license, liquor license, selling liquor, medical license, all these things are all selling you back little tiny chunks of your rights that they tricked you to give up by saying that you are this completely non-existent thing, doesn't exist, called a U.S. citizen. The federal U.S. citizen category does not exist. There is no such thing as a federal U.S. citizen. For me to say that there's a federal U.S. citizen, or for me to say that I am a federal U.S. citizen, means I'm going to prison for up to 3 years. So what is this action of them selling you back your rights? Ad hoc, just these little pieces of your rights, like going online and buying, little pieces. It's called enfranchisement, right? Just like we saw franchise and franchise tax. Enfranchisement means turning you into a franchise, the act of making free by giving a franchise or freedom to. So once you become this fake federal U.S. citizen, now they sell you or rent you back your rights at a cost, and they decide who gets those and who doesn't through this enfranchisement system. Your FFLs and your driver's licenses and all that bullshit. It's all bullshit. Okay? Another term I wanted to share with you guys is manumission. That's one I really enjoyed in the last one. The act of liberating a slave from bondage and giving him freedom. So they say enfranchisement or manumission because as a U.S. citizen, you basically don't have any rights at all whatsoever. So they're freeing you from having no rights by giving you little tiny itty bitty scraps that they give you, right? So now we're going to go into the next section here. Next section I wanted to show you, this one here is inducement. I wanted to show you that word. Let's find that. And I know I didn't get into a lot of the stuff. I didn't get into the 14th Amendment or the slaughterhouse cases or the Organic Act or a lot of the stuff, or I didn't start diving into all the constitutions. The reason why is because I kind of just want to give you really, really good landmarks. I want to put really, really good. Oh, wait, I think I didn't show you those last two real quick. Let me just show you those last two real quick. I think the camera was off. Let me just backpedal for 2 seconds and show you 698 enfranchisement is here. So you can see that. And 1194 is manumission. Show you that real quick just to make sure. I think I fucked up there a little bit. And hold on, let's see. Here's manumission. And here is enfranchisement right here. And I think I showed you du jour. I'm not going to go back to that. I think I had that one on the camera. Du jour matrix. This is the white rabbit girl here. Du jour. There we go, just to be sure. I may have missed something, but let's go forward from here. We have inducement. That's the next thing I wanted to show you guys. Inducement. Oh, I see. Okay, I know what happened. I'm using my numpad. Fuck. Okay, I won't do that again. Okay, so everything was there. All good. So inducement. That's what causes my camera to go back and forth. Is my numpad. I spaced out completely. Inducement. In contracts, the benefit or advantage with which the promisor is to receive from a contract. Inducement. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pause the video for this. Okay, I'm back. So this is in criminal evidence. Inducement means motive, that which leads or tempts to the commission of a crime. That's like their motive for removing your rights through enfranchisement, manumission, 14th Amendment, federal U.S. citizen. Inducement is the word that's used to describe the motive behind that and why they do that. Fraud is, I'm going to show you fraud as well. Let's show you fraud real quick. Oh, not going to use the numpad. Okay, 864 is fraud. Let me just scroll down here. Unintentional. Now this is again just like frivolous. Everyone uses the word frivolous. No one knows what it means, right? Fraud, the same thing, right? Unintentional perversion of truth for the purpose of inducing another in reliance upon it to part with some valuable thing belonging to him or to surrender a legal right. Holy shit. So the person knows the truth. They pervert the truth on purpose to fuck with another person, to make them relying upon the falsity, and then through that fake false situation, getting them to give away or voluntarily give away some valuable thing or to surrender a legal right, right? So literally, no joke, the 14th Amendment is fraud, like literally word by word of the definition. Are you a U.S. citizen? It asks you all the time on everything. It asks you that on, it doesn't ask you if you're a U.S. citizen. It used to, but it says, are your parents U.S. citizens on the passport? It asks if you're a U.S. citizen for driver's license. It makes you say you're a U.S. citizen for voter registration. They're asking you all the time, hey, are you a U.S. citizen? and they just kind of look at you and kind of wink. Again, I don't think hardly anyone knows any of this information, so you're gonna get like mad, and you're gonna start thinking after learning all this that like everyone else knows all of this, and like you're gonna get all mad at like the Social Security people and like everybody else. They don't know any of this information, bro. Just to let you know, they wouldn't be there. They wouldn't. No one would be working for $15 an hour if they knew any of this information. That's like my like ultra back of my head. Like that's like really simple. If they're not getting paid shit, or even if they're getting paid pretty decently, they don't know this information. If you find someone who's like a huge monster executive, like in the Department of Motor Vehicles, and they're making like $200,000 a year, maybe they can, you know, their scruples can be purchased, right? But you know, these people don't know. These people don't know, right? So don't assume people know these things. They don't know. Okay. A false representation of a matter of fact, whether by words or by conduct, by false or misleading allegations. An allegation is really an important term. You'll see this all the time, and no one knows the definition to it. Allegation means setting forth that of which you intend to prove. So if I say I allege that you stole my remote control from my TV, that means I think you stole the TV remote, and I'm going to prove it, and I'm going to go through the actions to actually do what needs to be done to actually prove it. Like whenever you get a letter from any government agency or whatever, they're like this allegation and that allegation. It's like, okay, who cares? Like they're saying we think you did these things, and we might prove it at some point in the future or something ridiculous. Allegation doesn't really mean much of anything. Okay, so keep in mind. Or by concealment of that which should have been disclosed, which deceives and is intended to deceive another, so that he shall act upon it to his legal injury. So false information that is known by the person giving the false information, which causes another person to act on it, which causes them legal injury. This is the definition of fraud. So fraud has no statute of limitations, so you can actually sue and go after literally anyone who tries to use the 14th Amendment on you, even though it's from 1871. Makes no difference. Okay? Let me pause the video for a second to review my notes. So state tax and sales tax are both entirely dependent upon, we're going to come back to me, sales tax and, so voter registration, paying state tax, and driver's licenses. Those are the three ways that they make you a resident of state of California, which is a corporation located in the District of Columbia. That particular corporation's constitution was written in 1879. And I have nothing to do with that. I've never been a resident of that place. I've never even traveled through it. I've never temporarily visited it. I've never domiciled inside of it. I've never had anything to do with the state of California. Okay. So if I was going to be involved in any sort of court case, my constitution that I could use if I wanted to would be from 1849. Okay. That's the one that was there prior to the incorporation of the government. Okay, so physical location has nothing to do with residency. We went over that in the last video. Sales tax, that all these taxes come from you being a resident. You're a resident because you say you're a resident. It comes back to naturalization, right? The term sovereign citizen is bullshit. You're starting to see that now, because citizen of what? Sovereign of what? It makes no sense. Sovereign, if you were a citizen of a sovereign nation, you could be considered a sovereign citizen, but that term is just a political headpiece term at this point. It's not even worth getting into. Oh, here we go. I wanted to get into the definition of jurisdiction on this one, because we're going to start getting into some important stuff, and I wanted to start showing you guys some important terms. And this is the last thing I think I have for this video. Okay, jurisdiction, right? It's an important word you're going to hear a lot, right? Let's see here. It is the authority by which courts and judicial officers take cognizance of and decide cases. Okay. The legal right by which judges exercise their authority.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
It is the authority, capacity, power, or right to act. So without it, they cannot act. Okay. Let's see here. There's a lot of information here. Obviously, we're going through this. Just going to look at this for just a moment, but it's an important word. You hear about it a lot, and it's something that you should
Your insurance claim
definitely take a
has
look
been
at
sent.
and look through all these definitions and stuff, because you're going to be hearing me use this word throughout this whole thing, and you're going to be hearing this word constantly. And I think that
Your insurance claim
most people have
has
a pretty
been
decent
sent.
idea of what this term means, but I think there's definitely more that we can learn. So kind of going through here and taking a look real quick.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Anyways, I'm not going to get into all that and just read through all this. I just want to show you that those first few definitions and those first few ideas. And jurisdiction of the person is power to subject parties in a particular case to decisions and rulings made in such a case. Okay? Let me just pause this for a second and check over my notes and see if there's anything else I wanted to go over. Oh, I don't think I had you in for that whole section. Let me just jump back over here and show you the beginning part of where I was at on that. I was right here. In this area right here. On the left-hand side where that thing is, right? Here's the one quote. It is the authority, capacity, power, or right to act. And then I think I named a couple other ones right in this area right here, which is Black's Law, 4th edition, page 1067. Okay. Let me just check over my notes for a second. Pause the video for a moment. Good, I think that's it. I think that's all I wanted to do for this video. It's kind of a little bit of a history and kind of give you more background information as to how all this happened and where it came from, and a lot of various very cool deep rabbit holes that you can go down yourself and have a lot of fun doing it, especially involving your state, the background of your state, the constitutional variations of your state, and then also the 14th Amendment, the slaughterhouse cases, the Organic Act, the Civil War. The definition of the word person was redefined around that same time period, according to my research, right around 1865, something like that. So all of this whole kind of corporate nightmare was all designed right around that same time period, right at the end of the Civil War. So that was kind of all planned, apparently. And yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to cover on video number 2. So thank you very much, and I'll see you guys at video number 3. Okay, welcome back to video number 3 of the 2.0 version of the free contract color course. This one we're going to be talking about contracts. Shocking. The first thing we'll do is let's look up the definition of contract. I'm going to pause for a moment and find that before you have to look here. Okay, here's the word contract. Let's look it up together.
Please visit us again.
A promissory agreement between two or more persons that creates, modifies, or destroys a legal relationship. An agreement upon sufficient consideration to do or not to do a particular thing, right? And this is the key for this particular video, this word consideration, right? This is what we're going to be getting into just in just a moment, right? Let's look over some more of these definitions, though. An agreement between two or more parties, preliminary step making of which is offer by one and acceptance by other, in which the parties meet and concur in understanding of terms. If they don't understand the terms, you could say, I don't have a contract, which we're going to get into. Most things in your life, you don't understand the terms, so most things in your life are not a contract. A deliberate engagement between competent parties upon a legal consideration to do or abstain from doing some act. An agreement creating obligation in which there must be competent parties, subject matter, legal consideration, mutuality of agreement, and mutuality of obligation. All right, we should probably look that up too. Obligation, let me add that to the list. Obligation. And so let's actually go, I'm going to pause the video. Let's actually go and look at some of these words. Contract is going to be 470, page 470. So I'm going to pause you for a second, and we're going to head over to... I'm going to take a look and see what we're going to head up to next here. Okay, I'm back. We have obligation right here. A generic word derived from obligatio, having many, wide, and various meanings. That which a person is bound to do or forbear, any duty imposed by law, promise, contract, relations of society, courtesy, kindness. Duty imposed by law, law or duty binding parties to perform their agreement. An undertaking to perform. I like that. That's good. That's my favorite one so far. An undertaking to perform, right? That which constitutes a legal or moral duty and which renders a person liable to coercion and punishment for neglecting it. That's interesting. So it's like a duty that has consequences if you don't do it. I mean, most things do. I mean, if you screw around with somebody, you don't need,
Your insurance claim
something bad's going to happen to you if you screw around with somebody. It doesn't need to be written on a piece of paper to figure that one out. Okay.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the
A formal and binding agreement or acknowledgement of a liability to pay a certain sum or do a certain thing.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
The binding power of a vow, promise, oath, or contract. Okay. You have a legal or moral duty as opposed to physical compulsion. Again, I'm not going to go too crazy. There's a lot here. We can keep going, but you should look up a lot of these words that I'm going over in this course with you are pretty important. So we have obligation there, and then we have one of the things I often do too, because of my religious teachings as a Scientologist, I often look up the derivation, right? And we're going to get into that here anyways in this video. Obligation. So we have the word here, and then we can study it, a binding pledge, the background of the word, obligation, duty, responsibility, a binding, interesting, to bind, bind up, bandage, put under obligation, oblige, interesting. That which one is bound or obliged to do, especially by moral or legal claims. Let's see here, to bind by oath is oblige, put under moral or legal obligation. Devote, engage one's faith, commit oneself or pledge oneself. To bind, bind up, bandage, put under obligation, right? Just real quick, when it comes to derivations for words, if you're looking at the derivations of the words like this, the online etymology dictionary, ETYM online, is phenomenal. And then I wanted to share one other thing with you that I think you should get. It's only a phone app, I believe. It's called Etymology Explorer. And it has a little tree, white tree with a green section around it. You know, I don't think it's available outside of being a phone app. So I paid a lifetime subscription to this. I think it's like $200 or $300 or $80 or something for a lifetime. You can do monthly, I think yearly and lifetime. I was so blown away by it. I wanted to support the designer, and I did lifetime. So it breaks the words down into all these different etymology trees. You can see the meanings. You can click on individual aspects of the meanings, and you can break it down even farther. This is what it looks like, the full detail page for each individual page, and usage notes. You can click on to hear the sound of it as well, but it's mainly involving the historical aspects of the word. You can see Family Explorer. You can see it breaks down hidden and shocking bridges between words and sections of words. And yeah, it's just really badass. I don't use it a ton personally, but I think it's an excellent resource that you should definitely be using. And I think that the online etymology dictionary is amazing. I've been using this every day of my life since probably 2010 or 11. Literally, I think every day of my life I've used this online etymology dictionary. It's just one guy who's built all this. If you go to who did this, you can see here this dude writes about his past and stuff or whatever, and it's just the best. This dude's the best. So supporting him is super cool, and these are great resources. You should have this on your phone, and you should have this easily accessed. There's an app for the online etymology dictionary too, but it's just the website. It's just a cool little app that just takes you to the website. So you can use that if you want. So we looked up obligation. Now we're going to look up value. We need to figure out. Actually, we're going to look up consideration. So it's 454. We saw that word under contract. We're going to look that up, right? Consideration, a technical term. Let's see. No. The inducement to a contract, the cause, motive, price, or impelling influence, which induces a contracting party to enter into a contract. A reason or material cause of a contract, right? Consideration is not to be confounded with motive. Consideration means something which is of value in the eye of the law, moving from the plaintiff, which is the person who's suing somebody else, the initial suing person, right? The offensive person, the person attacking the other person. Either of benefit to the plaintiff or of detriment to the defendant. So again, this is a really good definition. Consideration is not to be confounded with motive. Consideration means something which is of value in the eyes of the law, moving from the plaintiff, either of benefit to the plaintiff or of detriment to the defendant. Oh, I like that. Oh boy, I like that. Let's take a look here. Consideration. We have just a noun. Okay, good. Let's take a look. A beholding, looking at, a keeping in mind, contemplation, reflection. Let's see. Consider, taking into account, act of paying attention to, examination, thoughtful or sympathetic regard, that of which should be considered. Something given in payment. Excellent. That's what we're looking for. As recompense for service. That's the one that we were looking for. Something given in payment. Now, mind you, we're going to get into this more as we go forward, but the definition of the word payment, people typically think that means to give Federal Reserve notes. You'll learn later on when we get into all the financials and stuff. Payment, we should actually just get into that now. It's just such an important word. Let me pause the video for 1 second. Okay, good. So we're going to look at payment now. Payment, the fulfillment of a promise or the performance of an agreement. It's got nothing to do with Federal Reserve notes, bro. I fucking hate that shit. It's got nothing to do with Federal Reserve notes. Make your payment here. Oh, that means I type in a credit card or send those green paper things from my wallet. No. No. You will learn a lot more of that later in the course, but please begin to break your mind from these horrible fixed ideas that are just terrible. Payment, a discharge of an obligation or debt, but this is really the ultimate simplicity, a fulfillment of a promise or the performance of an agreement, the performance of a duty, promise, or obligation, discharge of a debt or liability by the delivery of money or other value by a debtor to a creditor, where the money or other valuable thing is tendered and accepted as extinguishing debt or obligation, right? Also the money or so it's more than just money. Payment means to perform or to complete some kind of obligation or whatever, right? And that's kind of the whole point. I wanted to show you that because you're going to need that definition when we get into the financials. It's going to be really important, okay? When we get into the infinite money stuff later in the course, okay? So let's get back into this. So we went over payment. Where was payment at? I think it was right. Consideration has to be confounded with motive. It's something which is of value in the eye of the law, moving from the plaintiff, either of benefit to the plaintiff or in detriment to the defendant. Let's go look at value really quick. We're going over this because these terms we're looking at are the basis of all contracts, and contracts are the basis of everything. If you don't understand these terms and you don't understand contracts, you can't have any success in the law at all. You will just die, okay? Value. The utility of an object in satisfying... Oops, what we got here? Oh, I typed on the numpad again, I think. Damn it. Value. The utility of an object in satisfying, directly or indirectly, the needs or desires of human beings, called by economists value in use, or its worth consisting in the power of purchasing other objects, called value in exchange. So the utility of an object in satisfying the needs or desires of human beings. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting, right? Pretty interesting definition. Any consideration sufficient to support a simple contract. Valuable consideration. This term is often used as an abbreviation for valuable consideration, especially in the phrases purchaser for value, holder for value. In economic consideration, the word value, when used in reference to property, it may mean blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you kind of get that. It's kind of cool. You probably didn't have a terribly wrong definition on that, but I just wanted to expand that out for you a little bit. It's pretty interesting, the definition. So going back to obligation, I think is where we were at just a minute ago. 1299. We can look at value here as well. Let's make sure you're still with me here. Let's go to value. Price equal to the intrinsic worth of a thing. Degree to which something is useful or estimable. Worth, price, moral worth. Let's see here. Okay, fine. Value. So let's go back to obligation. Obligation, right? What do we have here? Where were we on this? We were down here. Let's see. Written promise to pay money or do a specific thing. A formal and binding agreement or an acknowledgement of a liability to pay a certain sum or do a certain thing. So you get into an obligation, and then you make a payment on that obligation. If you make an obligation to move a box across the house, by going and moving the box across the house, that's a payment. You are performing on a duty, obligation, or contract. You really have to disconnect your mind when it comes to the word payment. You have to disconnect your mind from this Federal Reserve note bullshit. Trust me. When we get into the financials, otherwise you're not going to have fun. Okay. So, what holds together a contract? It's value and consideration, right? So if we go back to consideration, and value we've already figured out pretty well, and consideration. Let's see here. Any benefit conferred or agreed to be conferred upon the promisor by any other person. to which the promisor is not lawfully entitled, or any prejudice suffered or agreed to be suffered by such person other than such as he is at the time, blah, blah. Anyways, it's getting a little bit complicated. So something that moves from the one party to the other, or something that is agreed to be moved, right? A benefit to the promisor or a loss to the promisee, right? This is the most important part. I wanted to show you this. This is key. This is so key, right? But nothing is consideration that is not regarded as such by both parties. This is like massive. This is like the biggest thing ever, right? And the reason why I'm showing you this is because we're going to get into how do you change all these contracts and do all these things, and what right do you have, right? Because you're going to go in and you're going to start changing all these contracts. People are going to tell you can't do certain things. Yeah, it's all bullshit. So the two things that hold together a contract, as you saw even in the definition of a contract, if we go back, right? Let's see here. 470 was contract, right? Let's go down, 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 down. Was it 470? I'll pause it if it's not here. There it is. An agreement upon sufficient consideration to do or not do a particular thing, and then consideration. Things are only consideration if both parties agree they're consideration. If they're not in agreement about it being consideration, it isn't consideration. That's the most important thing in the world for you to learn, okay? So without consideration, like, for example, a driver's license. You think a driver's license allows you to drive. It doesn't. It's got nothing to do with that at all. And we're going to get into that later in the course. When you actually realize that the driver's license is not giving you anything of value or consideration, and actually, in fact, it's just a type of enfranchisement that gets you to sign over stating that you're a U.S. citizen, and then they just give you this teeny little right to basically operate a vehicle on the highways to transport property and people for compensation. It's basically a job. It's the right to be a chauffeur. That's basically what a driver's license is. Once you realize that, you can say, well, wait a second, we don't have a contract because I don't consider anything that you guys are doing consideration. Right? It's very simple, right? Right now, a lot of you guys think that Federal Reserve notes are consideration and driver's licenses are consideration, and these are all consideration. And you think that being a U.S. citizen is consideration, and then what you're learning is you're learning that none of these things are consideration at all. And once you realize that these things are not consideration, and once you communicate that these things are not consideration, then boom, the contract literally just disappears, because the glue or the spinal cord that holds together the whole contract is the consideration, the idea that you are being benefited. Benefits are completely subjective. I mean, if we look up the word benefit, which we can do, I'm going to pause the video. Okay, I'm back. We're going to look at benefit here. Advantage, profit, fruit, privilege, advantage, right? If you're a U.S. citizen, a driver's license can be a benefit. If you're a non-citizen national of the United States, driver's license would have absolutely no benefit for you, right? So advantage or profit, gain, interest in contracts. When it is said that a valuable consideration for a promise may consist of a benefit to the promisor, benefit means that the promisor has, in return for his promise, acquired some legal right to which he would not otherwise have been entitled. So a driver's license, because you are a U.S. citizen and because you're in the District of Columbia, you don't have the right to transport people and property for compensation. You don't have the right to work as a chauffeur. That's what the word driver means from Title 49. We're going to get getting into that later. We're not going to get into all that right now. Okay, so you've acquired a legal right to which you wouldn't have otherwise because you've labeled yourself a U.S. citizen, right? A non-citizen national of the United States has all of those rights and doesn't need any sort of you don't need to acquire some legal right to which he would not otherwise have been entitled. You're already entitled to all of that. See the Constitution and everything else, right? It's sort of like firearms. You need a license to have a firearm because firearms are not covered under the Second Amendment. So you need to acquire a legal right to have firearms because you wouldn't otherwise have been entitled to have them. Whereas arms, you wouldn't need any sort of a license or anything to have arms because you are already entitled to have them through the Second Amendment. You see that? So all contracts that you get tricked into have secret benefits, secret value, and secret consideration. And you think you are getting something of benefit, of value, and consideration. And that is, I'm telling you, bro, like, I'm going to go full screen on this. I'm telling you, like, what I just said and what we just cleared up is the most important thing ever. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to show you piece by piece by piece how all of these things that you think are benefiting you and you think are valuing you and you think are consideration for a contract are not. And as soon as you realize or decide to realize, I don't know, whatever, as soon as you say to yourself, well, shit, this isn't This doesn't help me at all. Bing, like literally, I'm not even kidding. It's not when you file it in or when you turn it in or when you say no. It's that moment, that Bing moment, when you say, holy shit, this driver's license or this whatever doesn't really give me any benefits at all whatsoever. As soon as that happens, you would no longer consider it consideration. Bing, as soon as you no longer consider it consideration, there is no consideration, there is no benefit, there is no value. Bing, there has to be benefit, consideration, or value in order for there to be a contract. Bing, there's no contract. Bing, boom, boom. It's that simple, right? You should always be asking yourself, am I getting any value from this? What benefit am I getting from this? Am I enjoying the benefits of this? That works for everything. We're going to get into property taxes and stuff a little bit later, but I pretty much just explained all of property taxes for you. If you don't feel as though what you're paying is equal to what you're getting consideration-wise, you can sue the county. We're about ready to sue our first county, actually. It's very exciting. You can sue the county for forcing you to be involved in a contract without consideration, right? Which is that's considered forced labor and involuntary servitude and peonage, which is debt slavery, and then enticement into slavery. There's all sorts of things that you'll see that you can use and it's also fraud, obviously, right? And I wanted to cover fraud can be done here. This is the next section on this because that's pretty much all I wanted to say on that. Fraud can be done through omission or commission. Just wanted to make sure you guys knew that, by not saying things and tricking someone and not being clear and direct, and then also by saying things that aren't true. There's both ways can be fraud. A lot of what we're experiencing is fraud through omission, fraud from things they don't tell us, like the definition of the word driver, right? Just to give you a teeny tiny little slice of that. 49, CFR 390.5, I think it is. Let's see, and then we have driver. Where is it? There it is. Driver means any person who operates any commercial motor vehicle. The term motor vehicle means it's commercial, right? California definition of automobile. We have your vehicle definitions straight from the California DMV website. You have an automobile as a passenger vehicle that does not transport persons for hire. This includes station wagons, sedans, vans, and sport utility vehicles. A commercial vehicle is a vehicle which is used or maintained for the transportation of persons for hire, compensation, or profit, or designed, used, or maintained primarily for the transportation of property, right? So you think you were given a license just to cruise around in a car. That's not what you were given at all. And when you realize that this is what you were given, suddenly you say to yourself, well, I don't do that. I don't need to do that. So what the fuck? How does this benefit me? You see that? Boom, bingo. Once you start asking these kind of questions, well, how does this benefit me? What exactly? You want to be an astute purchaser, an astute consumer. You go in there and you want to buy a car and you're asking all these questions and how is this the best car for me and all this kind of thing. If you do that with all your contracts, including all these bullshit contracts, it's very effective because they can't put you into any contract unless you consider it to have consideration inside of it, right? That includes driver's licenses, that includes Social Security, that includes federal income tax, state tax, sales tax. The list goes on and on and on and on and on. Property taxes, you can sue the county. Very, very fun. We're going to have a lot of fun doing that here pretty soon. I'll probably have this course done before we get into that litigation. So that'll probably be something that you'll want to be signed up for my email list in order to get notifications on that when that finally goes through. Okay. Next thing I wanted to cover here is unlawful conversion, I believe. Unlawful conversion. That's like if someone takes your property, like stealing, I guess. I don't know why that's here, but anyways, there you go. Unlawful conversion is stealing. I forget why I put that here. Unjust compensation, one-sided contracts, right? So there has to be adequate consideration. Let me find that for you. I'm going to pause this for a moment. So this gets into the better idea of consideration. You have consideration, and then you have adequate consideration, one which is equal or reasonably proportioned to the value of that for which it is given, one which is not so disproportionate as to shock our sense of that morality and fair dealing, which should always characterize transactions between man and man. Fair and reasonable under circumstances. Reasonably just and equitable. Right? Let me see here. Adequate compensation. No. Adequate just by itself, just a word. So we got, doesn't, yeah. So adequate consideration, right? If it's not adequate consideration, what we have is what's called, I believe, an adhesion contract, right? It is a binding agreement between two parties where one party has more bargaining power than the other. The power with more power drafts the contract and presents it to the other party on a take it or leave it basis without the opportunity for negotiation, right? Let me pause this for a minute and see if I can find this somewhere else. So I couldn't find that, but I have here unilateral contract. Is a contract that only benefits one side, right? It's not really a contract as per the definition, right? Everyone has the infinite ability to contract, which is just sort of like it's all through the Constitution, it's all through like everything. So you can kind of like contract yourself into a unilateral contract. They're just not enforceable. So they're like, oh, we're gonna sue you if you don't blah blah blah, and you're like, dude, like, no, it's not gonna go anywhere in court. A unilateral contract, like a driver's license or whatever, or these other things, it's not. Once you realize it's not consideration, it's just a unilateral contract. It only benefits them, and you can just get rid of it and fight them and sue them, and there's no chance that they can win. The 13th Amendment made forced labor and involuntary servitude and all this kind of stuff illegal. So it's just like, are you forcing me to serve you in a unilateral contract? Oh no, they freak out because they know that's like ultra fucked and illegal. This is how you get out of like everything. Like I could go through like every single individual contract like I did in the 1.0 course, but with the 2.0, I'm doing it totally differently. And the reason why is because when you guys really understand these words and you guys understand how this works, adequate consideration, value, obligation, payment, contract, and you understand for everything. We're going to get into property taxes and stuff a little bit later, but I pretty much just explained all of property taxes for you. If you don't feel as though what you're paying is equal to what you're getting consideration-wise, you can sue the county. We're about ready to sue our first county, actually. It's very exciting. You can sue the county for forcing you to be involved in a contract without consideration, right? Which is that's considered forced labor and involuntary servitude and peonage, which is debt slavery, and then enticement into slavery. There's all sorts of things that you'll see that you can use and it's also fraud, obviously, right? And I wanted to cover fraud can be done here. This is the next section on this because that's pretty much all I wanted to say on that. Fraud can be done through omission or commission. Just wanted to make sure you guys knew that, by not saying things and tricking someone and not being clear and direct, and then also by saying things that aren't true. There's both ways can be fraud. A lot of what we're experiencing is fraud through omission, fraud from things they don't tell us, like the definition of the word driver, right? Just to give you a teeny tiny little slice of that. 49, CFR 390.5, I think it is. Let's see. Yeah, driver. Where is it? There it is. Driver means any person who operates any commercial motor vehicle. The term motor vehicle means it's commercial, right? California definition of automobile. We have your vehicle definitions straight from the California DMV website. You have an automobile as a passenger vehicle that does not transport persons for hire. This includes station wagons, sedans, vans, and sport utility vehicles. A commercial vehicle is a vehicle which is used or maintained for the transportation of persons for hire, compensation, or profit, or designed, used, or maintained primarily for the transportation of property, right? So you think you were given a license just to cruise around in a car. That's not what you were given at all. And when you realize that this is what you were given, suddenly you say to yourself, well, I don't do that. I don't need to do that. So what the fuck? How does this benefit me? You see that? Boom, bingo. Once you start asking these kind of questions, well, how does this benefit me? What exactly? You want to be an astute purchaser, an astute consumer. You go in there and you want to buy a car and you're asking all these questions and how is this the best car for me and all this kind of thing. If you do that with all your contracts, including all these bullshit contracts, it's very effective because they can't put you into any contract unless you consider it to have consideration inside of it, right? That includes driver's licenses, that includes Social Security, that includes federal income tax, state tax, sales tax. The list goes on and on and on and on and on. Property taxes, you can sue the county. Very, very fun. We're going to have a lot of fun doing that here pretty soon. I'll probably have this course done before we get into that litigation, so that'll probably be something that you'll want to be signed up for my email list in order to get notifications on that when that finally goes through, okay? Next thing I wanted to cover here is unlawful conversion, I believe. Unlawful conversion. That's like if someone takes your property, like stealing, I guess. I don't know why that's here, but anyways, there you go. Unlawful conversion is stealing. I forget why I put that here. Unjust compensation, one-sided contracts, right? So there has to be adequate consideration. Let me find that for you. I'm going to pause this for a moment. So this gets into the better idea of consideration. You have consideration, and then you have adequate consideration. One which is equal or reasonably proportioned to the value of that for which it is given. One which is not so disproportionate as to shock our sense of that morality and fair dealing, which should always characterize transactions between man and man. Fair and reasonable under circumstances. Reasonably just and equitable. Right? Let me see here. Adequate compensation. No. Adequate just by itself, just the word. So we've got, I mean, yeah, doesn't, yeah. So adequate consideration, right? If it's not adequate consideration, what we have is we have what's called, I believe, an adhesion contract, right? It is a binding agreement between two parties where one party has more bargaining power than the other. The power with more power drafts the contract and presents it to the other party on a take it or leave it basis without the opportunity for negotiation, right? Let me pause this for a minute and see if I can find this somewhere else. So I couldn't find that, but I have here unilateral contract. Is a contract that only benefits one side, right? It's not really a contract as per the definition, right? Everyone has the infinite ability to contract, which is just sort of like it's all through the Constitution. It's all through like everything. So you can kind of like contract yourself into a unilateral contract. They're just not enforceable. So they're like, oh, we're gonna sue you if you don't blah blah blah, and you're like, dude, like no, it's not gonna go anywhere in court. A unilateral contract, like a driver's license or whatever, or these other things, it's not. Once you realize it's not consideration, it's just a unilateral contract. It only benefits them, and you can just get rid of it and fight them and sue them, and there's no chance that they can win. The 13th Amendment made forced labor and involuntary servitude and all this kind of stuff illegal. So it's just like, are you forcing me to serve you in a unilateral contract? Oh, no. They freak out because they know that's like ultra fucked and illegal. This is how you get out of like everything. Like I could go through like every single individual contract like I did in the 1.0 course, but with the 2.0, I'm doing it totally differently. And the reason why is because when you guys really understand these words and you guys understand how this works, adequate consideration, value, obligation, payment, contract, and you understand how an adhesion and a unilateral contracts work and that kind of thing. What you could do at that point is you can. I'm going to show you an example here where you can write. So in the 1.0 course, we had something called a conditional acceptance. And I don't really use those anymore because it's more of like a defensive thing. They're forcing something on you, and then you say, oh, I accept that under the following conditions, and you make the conditions nearly impossible. It's not the worst thing in the world, right? But what's even better than that, in my opinion, because a lot of it, the whole point of this course is not to be a good defensive player. The point of this course is to turn you into an offensive maniac, where you're just going after everybody. The DMV, the IRS, you don't give a shit. You're just kicking in doors. That's kind of the whole point of this course. That's kind of where I'm trying to get everybody to. That's what we need to fix this country, not a defensive, boo-hoo, trying to get shit dismissed attitude. That's pathetic. That's what we have now. It's not working. So what we need is kicking in doors, going fucking berserk, in a good, healthy way of like actually fixing the issues of the country, not just to be a maniac for no reason. Okay, so the better term is this term novation, right? A novation just means a change in a contract. So when you're on Facebook or something like that, and it says if you continue to use Facebook, you agree to our new terms and conditions. That is a novation. Now you think to yourself, I can't do a novation with them. You can do a novation on absolutely anything you want, literally anytime you want. You could do a novation on your IRS contract. You could do a novation on your driver's license. You could do a novation with the state in terms of corporate whatever. You could do a novation on literally any private or governmental or any other contract anytime you want. You could do 6 of them a day if you wanted to. You could send 6 different novations to the DMV in one day because you changed your mind 5 or 6 different times in one day. Okay? Doesn't matter. So a novation, right? I'm going to cover this with you. So this is a little bit more advanced. I'll be going into this more later on as this is from actually the new 2.0 version of the litigation that I have popping. So no one's even seen this document yet. By the time I release this course, I still probably won't have this particular lawsuit going. Maybe I will. We'll see. It's going to be around the same time period. But this is my 2.0 litigation, right? So we have a definition section. We have novational points, right? So one of the things I do in the novation is I clarify the parties. So I clarify the definition of the word person, clarify the definition of who actually was on the birth certificate. I'm not going to read all this. I'm just going to put it on the screen here, and you can read it. Let me. How do you zoom in here? I may just. Here we go. Let's make this nice and big for you. There we go. So you can read this. If you want to read this, I'll scroll down this. And you can see here that there's some information about what does it mean, certificate of live birth. Just do a full screen on this. You guys still with me? Yep. Let's make this even easier for you. There you go. Because I know I'm on the lower left, so I got to be careful, make sure I'm not taking up the screen. So this goes into the various aspects of my life and these definitions and what is the certificate of live birth and what is the party and who am I and what's a person and what's a natural person and naturalization and the birth certificate and the all caps name and the trademark number and stuff. This is all a little bit more advanced, so I'm not going to get into all this right now. I'm just kind of giving you an idea of what a novation would look like. Clarifying the definition of the word individual, clarifying the definition of the term natural person, clarifying birthdays. This is all part of the novational process where you can go in and you can change and clarify literally anything, right? So this is where it's going to make a little bit more sense, right? So we have other parts of the novation, right? All previous assumed or expressed arbitration agreements are hereby void due to fraud and lack of consideration, right? So what that means is arbitration is basically like you agree to not go to like an actual big boy court. And you don't have discovery in arbitration, and you don't have access to a jury in arbitration. And oftentimes, arbitration is like retired judges that are actually on the payroll of the company of which does the arbitration. Arbitration is literally bullshit, by the way. Don't ever. There are some people who get wins in arbitration. I'll be the first one to tell you. There are plenty of people who actually get some things done in arbitration. So if you are in arbitration now and you're a bit stuck, then it's okay. Don't feel hopeless about it. But you want to do everything under the sun, moon, and stars to kill the absolute fuck out of any possibility of going to arbitration. Arbitration is trash, okay? No parties are any longer eligible for any arbitration activities, and discovery, right to a jury trial, and all other rights of due process are hereby retained explicitly by all parties. That's the first point of novation, right? People are like, oh, I signed an arbitration agreement. Nothing that a novation can't fix. You no longer consider that an arbitration agreement is consideration? Boom. But let them know. If they don't know, that's not really going to work too well, right? You have to let them know. You have to actually send these things, right? Without prejudice, which is something we're going to get into on the next video, I think. It's a way that when you sign your name, you write without prejudice, and it's the same thing as saying, I reserve all of my rights. It's the same thing, okay? So I reserve all of my rights, and the reserving of all rights is hereby activated for both the all caps and Legis, as well as myself. All rights are reserved at all times. This is getting into some financial stuff. This is the infinite money stuff. I'm not going to get into this now. So please do not try to understand this right now. I will be getting this in great detail later. That's infinite money. This is really fascinating. I haven't even tested this yet. This is just a little idea I had. So Title 18 is like for criminal statutes, right? And you can't use criminal statutes as what they call a private individual. They say no private right to action. I already had a bunch of problems with this in the courts, right? I had no clue this was part of the problem, right? So what I did was I created a novation, and it adds all the Title 18 crimes, which normally don't have a private right of action in litigation, are hereby entered into this novation as a contractual aspect of our private agreements, meaning that all of these codes are now enforceable in a civil court as a private part of our contractual obligations. And these codes are now active to being causes of action in civil court, right? So this is like the craziest shit ever. This was actually Joey Kimbrough, my right-hand man, the guy you're going to see in Williams & Williams law firm, and then also in some of the later videos about litigation. Brilliant man. This was actually his idea. So we're just about ready to start testing this out. It's going to be super fucking hilarious. I can't wait to see how they handle this. Anything that was previously pledged as collateral on any accounts or loans above and beyond the original promissory note is hereby released and is no longer attached as collateral. We're going to get into how all that works later in the infinite money. It's really not that complicated, but right now it's not the thing I'm going to get into. More stuff on infinite money here. And naming them as the fiduciary, right? They think they're not the fiduciary, but when you swap some things around, they do become the fiduciary, which is what I'm trying to figure out right now with a lot of my litigation. Your fiduciary duty is to ensure the clean, direct, and honest. So basically, like the original promissory notes and stuff that you sign on your mortgages and your cars and stuff, they take it to what's called the Federal Reserve discount window, and they swap it for Federal Reserve notes, which I'm going to teach that later, not now. That's all the infinite money stuff, right? So the fiduciary, I'm clarifying that their fiduciary duties are to get that done in a certain way that they normally don't do it, basically, right? So I'm not trying to get all crazy with this, but I'm just showing you. And then here we go. Here's a value and consideration clarification section. To be clear, all lending was never... is not consideration because there is no lending going on, but facilitating Federal Reserve services, the discount window. So I'm explaining what is and is not value and consideration, and then now that I've cleaned that up, now we're giving them direct and clear orders, right? So they have a choice. They can either follow the orders, or I'm going to sue them for breach of contract and breach of fiduciary duties, right? So that's kind of like, this is my new 2.0 way that I'm doing this. I wasn't doing this for the first 4 cases. I haven't filed these cases yet. I'm doing a lot of sending them letters and building up things, and they're sending me letters, and I'm building up all the evidence. So this is kind of like the new way that I am doing these 2.0 litigation situations. I'm just showing you a little bit of an example of what innovation looks like and what it's based off of. But if you just understand the idea that you can change any contract you want, and there has to be consideration, and you define what that consideration is, you realize that you're actually the one in the driver's seat of all the contracts in your life. I don't need to go through every single contract like I did in 1.0 and explain every single one in great detail. It's just not needed. What is the consideration? What do you consider the consideration? I can't define what you consider valuable. If we go back to the definition of the word value, where was that at? That was 1797. So the question that you have to ask yourself is, what utility am I getting from this object that is satisfying my needs? That's it. If you're not feeling as though there is utility in you in your relationship with your county, the person that you pay. So the way that the counties work is you pay property taxes, and in exchange you get fire and police, and you get when you have to pull permits and stuff, like, they consider that as though they're helping you. They're helping you to build a decent pole barn by making sure that the poles and stuff are certain length down in the ground, right? They're helping you by making sure you don't dig up an electrical line, right? So you have to be very, very, very clear about what do you consider to be value and what do you consider to be consideration in all of these various contracts, right? They're not going to have any clue what the hell you're doing. That's why near the end of this course we're going to be getting into litigation, because you're going to clarify all this and send all this in, and they're just going to be like, what is this? And they have no idea. They don't have any clue about how any of this works. They have no idea about anything. And you're going to kick their door in and drag them into a courtroom and bash their skull in, right? It's going to be awesome. It's the greatest thing ever, okay? So that's the whole point of this course. We're going to go through all the different aspects, and then we're going to teach you how to do that at the end. I'm going to teach you how to do that at the end, okay? And Joey as well will be there as well, helping you, okay? So conditional acceptance is cool, but I don't really use it anymore. Novation is pretty much, but I'm never on the defense. Bro, people I sue won't even counter sue me in the lawsuit, which is literally free. No one will sue me. Like, I want people to sue me. Like, I literally ask them to sue me, and they will not sue me. Like, I'm not kidding. So I have no choice, but I'm completely on the offensive. I've got 13 cases that I'm working on. I'm just like, no one will play with me, literally. So novations are good, because when you're on the offensive and you're trying to, like, clean all this up and you don't have anybody coming after you, novation is what you're going to be using, not a conditional acceptance, right? So just to be clear about that. And you can look at some of my old videos and stuff about conditional acceptances if you want, but I'm telling you, this information here I'm giving you right now, I'm telling you, is 1,000 times better than any of the stuff I did before. It's just the way it is. I've been studying every day nonstop for 2 years, okay? As you're starting to learn in this course, words and the definitions of words is the most important thing by far. You should be looking up words constantly. Money does not mean what you think it means. Driver does not mean what you think it means. Motor vehicle does not mean what you think it means. Contract does not mean what you think it means. Value does not mean what you think it means. Consideration does not mean what you think it means. United States does not mean what you think it means. Citizen does not mean, as you can see from this course, nothing means what you think it means. And that's the issue. You are living in a delusional nightmare. And that delusional nightmare is made up of incorrect definitions of words. Okay, so that's kind of the whole point of this. I had a whole video on the 1.0 course where I went into that and just kept talking about it for like an hour and a half, and there's no point. That's all that you need to hear. Another thing when it comes to contracts, I'll show you a couple things here. So Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. Article 1, Section 10. No state shall. Let's see. I may pause the video in just a moment if I can't find this. No state shall. Give me just a moment. Pause this for just a moment. Here we go. So Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, it's known as the contract clause, okay? No state shall pass any law impairing the obligation of contracts, right? This is also another really powerful thing that we're looking at here. You have the infinite ability to contract or not contract as you see fit. And there's a lot of things that have kind of fallen away, obviously, in the courtroom, such as cars and traveling. That's one of the worst ones. You really got to fight for those ones. The Second Amendment, sometimes you got to fight for those ones. There's certain ones that they've sort of we've allowed them to have way too much power over. Contracts and the infinite right to contract and the infinite ability to contract is still very, very much intact in the court system. They still take this very, very seriously, even to this day. So you got to realize there's a lot of power here. There's a lot of ability to do anything you want here. It's very, very amazing learning more about it. No state shall pass any law impairing the obligation of contracts. And then you see that very, very seriously taken in the United States Code at 15 U.S.C. 1. Every contract, combination in the form of trust or otherwise. So a trust is a contract. And we're going to be getting into that in the next video. We're going to be getting into trusts, right? Trusts are very, very simple. It's a contract for a trustee to take care of an asset on behalf of beneficiaries. That's it. And I know in the last course, 1.0, I didn't really say much about it because I didn't really understand it at all. And it's just taken me a long time to understand it, which is so funny because when I finally understood it, I was like, this is so stupid simple. It's so dumb. Like, why is this so hard for me to understand? But I'll explain all that in the next video, right? So a trust is a kind of contract. So when you see there, when it says every contract, trust or otherwise, you can just kind of remove that. But they're just saying that to be cool, right? But a trust is a contract. So you can just say every contract in restraint of trade or commerce among the several states or with foreign nations is declared to be illegal. Every person who shall make any contract or engage in any combination or conspiracy hereby declared to be illegal shall be deemed guilty of a felony, and on conviction thereof shall be punished by fine not exceeding $100 million if a corporation, or if any other person, 1 million, or by imprisonment not to exceed 10 fucking years in prison. So this is taken very, very seriously, and as you can see, just to kind of get you used to looking at it, you can see here, if this first number is an 18, those are the ones that is Title 18. You don't have private right of action on those. You would need to go to your local DA or your local prosecutor to try to get them to get an indictment signed, and they would need to be the one to pick it up. Since this one's not in Title 18, you can use this one as a private right of action. I'm pretty sure, I'm like 99% sure you can use this one in a private right of action. We're going to be using this one for the first time, I think, in one of the cases here pretty soon. But anyways, let's say, for example, you have a business license, and they're like shutting down your business because you didn't renew your business license. This is what you can use. So easy, bro. So fucking easy. 15 U.S.C. 1, 10 years in prison for trying to stop you in any commercial activity. And I'll tell you could even use this for drug trafficking. I mean, this is not a joke, bro. Like, you could they're coming after you for drug trafficking, and you could, human trafficking wouldn't work because people are like, oh, what about human trafficking? No, because you're hurting people. That would be a violation of common law, right? You can't. They'll say that drug trafficking is hurting people too. So, but then they would need to have actual victim that would need to press charges. So if they don't have a victim that's pressing charges, then you could use something like this for like drug trafficking and stuff. You could do. It's crazy what you could do, bro. It's crazy. I mean, there is no way anyone can stop you from doing any sort of exchange or contracting or doing anything you want the way that you want it. The problem that you have, and the problem that we're trying to address in this course, is you don't understand how a contract is put together, and you don't understand how to kill or have or change or adjust or get enforcement on your ideas of what is consideration and what's not, and the fact that you have been wronged, and how you even know that. How do you even know you've been wronged? Well, anyone stopping you from literally anything, contractually or commercially, 15 U.S.C. 1, if they're a corporation, 100 million smackaronis. It's a lot. It's a lot. I've never personally seen any financial penalty anywhere that is larger than 15 U.S.C. 1. It's the largest financial penalty of literally anything I've ever seen. And this just goes to show you that they take this very, very seriously still, even to this day. It's very serious. It's very, 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 very serious, right? And that's why the whole tickets are all just commercial citations on the side of the road. It's all just a commercial thing. They're just creating these commercial little pieces of paper, and everything's commercial in the stock market and all this craziness, and you're going to learn more and more and more of that as we go forward. But it's all commercial, and that's why it's so free. That's why they turned everything into a commercial system, is because the freedom in commerce is taken very seriously. So it's something that you should be aware of, right? let's see here. Yeah, Article 1, and then there's some shocking words that I wanted to show you the derivation of that are very interesting. The definition, a couple things. The definition of the word word. Definition of the word word. A single, distinct, meaningful element of speech or writing used with others, or sometimes alone, to form a sentence, and typically with a space on either side, written or printed, right? I mean, it's good to know that even something as simple as the word word might be not fully understood by you. The word term, what is the definition of the word term? A term is a word or phrase used to describe a thing or to express a concept, especially in a particular kind of language or branch of study. So it's like a specialized word, right? Like in law and all that, you know, we say non-citizen national of the United States. That would be a term. It's a whole bunch of words, but it's a special thing, series of words used to describe something within a special subject. So that's why I use the word term a lot, because in law we're using a lot of terms, mainly, more so than words. Every word is usually a term in this. That's why it's so difficult to follow, right? And then we have some really strange derivations that I wanted to show you just for fun, just to kind of pique your interest. The word argue, by the way, this is actually great. Jeez. I made a whole video about this in the last course in 1.0. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pause it for a minute. So the word argue is pretty mind-blowing. I made a whole video about it in the last course because it was just so mind-blowing. I forget exactly where I saw the definition of the word argument at this point in time. I'm not going to go look it up. It means to make clear. And you can see that here in argument, an effort to establish belief by a course of reasoning. So argue or argument does not mean what you think it means, where it's like to fight or whatever bullshit people think it means. It means to actually come to a belief of something or an understanding of something through reasoning and to make things clear, right? And you can see that here in the derivation: to make reasoned statements, to prove or refute a proposition, maintained an opinion or view, right? To make known, to make clear, make known, prove, declare, demonstrate. Here we go. So this is where I got that from, the derivation here, right? To make clear. I really enjoyed that. That's my favorite one, right? To argue, right? So this is really good too. Look at this one. To make bright, enlighten. Woo, boy. See, now these are things that by clearing up these words and looking at this thing in a new way, you're going to have a lot more success in the courtroom. Because if you, and you don't have to, we're not doing all this and going to get into all this because you have to litigate. I know a lot of people don't want to do it, but I'm trying to build this course out in a way where by the end, you'll probably want to do it. Even if like it's the worst thing on the planet right now for you, like it's literally like you'd rather stick your dick in a light socket or sit and spin on a gigantic, delicious cucumber. I'm trying as hard as I can to get you to, at the end of this course, be like pretty down with and like ready to kind of rock and roll with litigation. Whether you do or not, it's up to you. But that's just kind of like where I'm trying to take this, because we need to fix a lot of things. And if we don't have people kicking in doors and making this happen, then we're just going to have, this country's just going to go to shit, dude. This is like, I don't think we have a whole lot of time left. We need to do something. So that's why I'm doing this course, you know. And I'll get more into that in the later video when I'll do an introduction about me and talk about me. I wanted to show you the definition or the derivation of the word weird. I thought that was really interesting. And this is just to give you an understanding that you really don't understand the definition of like literally any word in your whole life. Like, I'm telling you, the sooner you wake up to that reality, the sooner your life is going to change, dude. Like, you literally don't have a fucking clue about anything. And it's okay. I was there for a long time. But we have to get you to that realization. Not to be mean, but once you come to that realization, then you're going to start getting real curious. And then once you get real curious and start looking up every definition of every word, that's when you're going to become a real fucking powerhouse, I assure you. Okay, so we're trying to get you to powerhouse level. We're trying to get you to understand all this stuff, and then we're trying to get you to be able to litigate as a powerhouse. Okay, that's kind of the whole point of this course. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so weird. Having power to control fate. Fate, chance, fortune, destiny, the fates. Isn't that cool? Weird means to having the power to control fate. I'm like, wow, okay, I want to be weird. Reason. Right, let me look that up. I want to pause it for a minute. So here's reason. They always say reason with the courts and reasoning in the courts and reasoning with litigation. A faculty of the mind by which it distinguishes truth from falsehood, good from evil, and which enables the possessor to deduce inferences from facts or from propositions, right? So like reason is like being able to see truth from lies and being able to pull truth from like a bunch of pieces of information, right? So reason is really, really important. You'll need to understand that idea. The intellectual facility that adopts actions to ends. Look at that. How cool is that as a derivation, right? Statement in an argument, statement of explanation or justification. So all of litigation is essentially reasoning or arguing. Arguing means to reason, right? So that's why we're looking at this. Course, matter, subject, right? Sanity, degree of intelligence that distinguishes men from brutes. How cool is that? Super cool. By the way, real quick, the whole point of doing all this and the whole point of what we're trying to do is you're trying to paint a picture of what a word means. And when you can really, really paint a picture in your head and you have like something just clicks and you're like, okay, I really got it now. That's kind of what we're trying to get to with most words. We're trying to get to that point with the word where it just kind of clicks. So typically, you know, you want to keep looking at different definitions and derivations and stuff until the word really clicks into place. I'm a Scientologist, like I said earlier, and that's kind of a technology that I learned from L. Ron Hubbard. And let me see if I can find Scientology free course on study technology. The technology of study course. If you want to learn more about the technology of study that I've used for many, many years and that I use on and basically without this I wouldn't be able to do anything that I am doing with law at all. It's a free course and you can start it here. It says it takes about 6 or 7 hours to do the course. I think it's free. If not here, I'm sure it's free somewhere else. Let me see. Start now. I think it's free. Anyways, I wanted to show you that in case you're interested in finding out how does Brandon do all this? How does he look up all these words and do all that? And the answer to that question is this study technology here. And I'm very, very proud to say that. It's I couldn't read before I learned this technology. Literally. Couldn't read at all. So it took me many years to get up and running. I'll tell you more about that later on my video. But I've been looking up every single definition of every single word. And I've been looking at the derivation of words consistently, constantly, all day, every day, since probably around 2010, 2011. So that's why this whole legal thing is so easy. I've been doing this for quite some time. Professionally, I guess you could say. So reason, right, has some really interesting stuff here to be said, right? And we have nice. I wanted to show you guys this one. It's really funny. Nice. It means foolish, ignorant, frivolous, senseless. Careless, clumsy, weak, poor, needy, simple, stupid, foolish, silly, ignorant, unaware, not knowing. I love this. Timid, faint-hearted, fussy, fastidious, dainty, delicate, and then all of a sudden it became precise, careful, right? But most of the time throughout all of history, nice means you're a dumb fuck, basically, right? Which I find pretty funny. Family. Look at this one. Servants of a household. Family servants. Domestics collectively, the servants in a household. That was pretty interesting. Servants, right? Servant, slave. It's pretty wild, huh? I thought that was kind of crazy. I wanted to show you guys that. And idiot, right? Idiot. This is fascinating, especially for what we're learning in this course. Private person, as opposed to one taking part in public affairs, which means government affairs. The word idiot means non-government worker, non-citizen. It meant that quite a long time ago, it looks like. When was it? 12th century? Kind of interesting, right? They turned it into something bad. Interesting, huh? The idea of defining a word, by the way. I wanted to go over that with you as the last thing here, it looks like. Defining a word, the reason why words make you feel confused is because they're limitless. They don't have any limits, right? So the entire point of defining a word is to bring it down and to clarify the boundaries of the meaning of the word. It's to basically build walls around the word so that you can understand the boundaries of it and the boundaries of its meaning and usage. That's the whole point of the idea of defining anything, right? What it means to limit. That's it right there. To limit, determine, explain, right? To bound or limit completely. So the exact and specific boundaries determine, declare, or mark the limit of. That is what you're doing when you're looking up the definitions of words, terms, and phrases. You're looking to figure out in your own mind and feel really good about the mark or limitation of the meaning of words, terms, and phrases. And that's what probably around 2010, 2011. So that's why this whole legal thing is so easy. I've been doing this for quite a bit. Sanity, degree of intelligence that distinct matter subject. That here in argument, an effort to establish belief by a course of reasoning. So argue or argument does not mean what you think it means, where it's like to fight or whatever bullshit people think it means. It means to actually come to a belief of something or an understanding of something through reasoning and to make things clear, right? And you can see that here in the derivation, to make reasoned statements to prove or refute a proposition, maintained an opinion or view, right? To make known, to make clear, make known, prove, declare, demonstrate. Here we go. So this is where I got that from, the derivation here, right? To make clear. I really enjoyed that. That's my favorite one, right? To argue, right? So this is really good too. Look at this one. To make bright, enlighten. Woo, boy. See, now these are the things that by clearing up these words and looking at this thing in a new way, you're going to have a lot more success in the courtroom. Because if you and you don't have to, we're not doing all this and going to get into all this because you have to litigate. I know a lot of people don't want to do it, but I'm trying to build this course out in a way where by the end you'll probably want to do it. Even if it's the worst thing on the planet right now for you, like it's literally like you'd rather stick your dick in a light socket or sit and spin on a gigantic delicious cucumber. I'm trying as hard as I can to get you to, at the end of this course, be like pretty down with and like ready to kind of rock and roll with litigation. Whether you do or not, it's up to you. But that's just kind of like where I'm trying to take this, because we need to fix a lot of things. And if we don't have people kicking in doors and making this happen, then we're just going to have, this country's just going to go to shit, dude. So like, I don't think we have a whole lot of time left. We need to do something. So that's why I'm doing this course, And I'll get more into that in the later video when I'll do an introduction about me and talk about me. I wanted to show you the definition or the derivation of the word weird. That was really interesting. And this is just to give you an understanding that you really don't understand the definition of like literally any word in your whole life. Like, I'm telling you, the sooner you wake up to that reality, the sooner your life is going to change, dude. Like, you literally don't have a fucking clue about anything. And it's okay. I was there for a long time. But we have to get you to that realization. Not to be mean, but once you come to that realization, then you're going to start getting real curious. And then once you get real curious and start looking up every definition of every word, that's when you're going to become a real fucking powerhouse, I assure you. Okay, so we're trying to get you to powerhouse level. We're trying to get you to understand all this stuff, and then we're trying to get you to be able to litigate as a powerhouse. Okay, that's kind of the whole point of this course. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so weird. Having power to control fate. Fate, chance, fortune, destiny, the fates. Isn't that cool? Weird means to having the power to control fate. I'm like, wow, okay, I want to be weird. Reason. Right, let me look that up. I want to pause it for a minute. So here's reason. They always say reason with the courts and reasoning in the courts and reasoning with litigation. A faculty of the mind by which it distinguishes truth from falsehood, good from evil, and which enables the possessor to deduce inferences from facts or from propositions, right? So like reason is like being able to see truth from lies and being able to pull truth from like a bunch of pieces of information, right? So reason is really, really important. You'll need to understand that idea. The intellectual facility that adopts actions to ends. Look at that. How cool is that as a derivation, right? Statement in an argument, statement of explanation or justification. So all of litigation is essentially reasoning or arguing. Arguing means to reason, right? So that's why we're looking at this. Course, matter, subject, right? Sanity, degree of intelligence that distinguishes men from brutes. How cool is that? Super cool. By the way, real quick, the whole point of doing all this and the whole point of what we're trying to do is you're trying to paint a picture of what a word means. And when you can really, really paint a picture in your head and you have like something just clicks and you're like, okay, I really got it now. That's kind of what we're trying to get to with most words. We're trying to get to that point with the word where it just kind of clicks. So typically, you want to keep looking at different definitions and derivations and stuff until the word really clicks into place. I'm a Scientologist, like I said earlier, and that's kind of a technology that I learned from L. Ron Hubbard and Let me see if I can find Scientology free course on study technology. The Technology of Study course. If you want to learn more about the technology of study that I've used for many, many years and that I use on, and basically without this, I wouldn't be able to do anything that I am doing with law at all. It's a free course, and you can start it here. It says it takes about 6 or 7 hours to do the course. I think it's free. If not here, I'm sure it's free somewhere else. Let me see. Start now. I think it's free. Anyways, I wanted to show you that in case you're interested in finding out how does Brandon do all this? How does he look up all these words and do all that? And the answer to that question is this study technology here. And I'm very, very proud to say that. It's I couldn't read before I learned this technology. Literally. Couldn't read at all. So it took me many years to get up and running. I'll tell you more about that later on my video. But I've been looking up every single definition of every single word. And I've been looking at the derivation of words consistently, constantly, all day, every day, since probably around 2011, 2010, 2011. So that's why this whole legal thing is so easy. I've been doing this for quite some time. Professionally, I guess you could say. So reason, right, has some really interesting stuff here to be said, right? And we have nice. I wanted to show you guys this one. It's really funny. Nice. It means foolish, ignorant, frivolous, senseless. Careless, clumsy, weak, poor, needy, simple, stupid, foolish, silly, ignorant, unaware, not knowing. I love this. Timid, faint-hearted, fussy, fastidious, dainty, delicate. And then all of a sudden, it became precise, careful, right? But most of the time throughout all of history, nice means you're a dumb fuck, basically, right? Which I find pretty funny. Family. Look at this one. Servants of a household. Family servants. Domestics collectively, the servants in a household. That was pretty interesting. Servants, right? Servant, slave. pretty wild, huh? I thought that was kind of crazy. I wanted to show you guys that. And idiot, right? Idiot. This is fascinating, especially for what we're learning in this course. Private person, as opposed to one taking part in public affairs, which means government affairs. The word idiot means non-government worker, non-citizen. It meant that quite a long time ago, it looks like. When was it? 12th century? Kind of interesting, right? They turned it into something bad. Interesting, huh? The idea of defining a word, by the way. I wanted to go over that with you as the last thing here, it looks like. Defining a word, the reason why words make you feel confused is because they're limitless. They don't have any limits, right? So the entire point of defining a word is to bring it down and to clarify the boundaries of the meaning of the word. It's to basically build walls around the word so that you can understand the boundaries of it and the boundaries of its meaning and usage. That's the whole point of the idea of defining anything, right? What it means to limit. That's it right there. To limit, determine, explain, right? To bound or limit completely. So the exact and specific boundaries determine, declare, or mark the limit of. That is what you're doing when you're looking up the definitions of words, terms, and phrases. You're looking to figure out in your own mind and feel really good about the mark or limitation of the meaning of words, terms, and phrases. And that's what you're looking for. That's what you're trying to figure out all the time, right? So when you feel as though it's like, oh yeah, you know, it seems very limitless and there's no boundaries, it makes you feel like very lost in space kind of a feeling, right? And when you really clarify everything and you really tie it all down and you determine and declare and mark the limit of it and you take the time to actually do that for the word, term, or phrase, all of a sudden it clicks into place and then now you can use it and now you are in control of it and you are the boss of your own future. And that's how you're going to win any of this stuff or any of this litigation or any of these contracts is through the war of the definitions of words. Okay, so that's it. That's a bunch of videos from number 1 that I wanted to kind of roll in here at the end. So that's all I wanted to go over for this third video. I will see you guys at video number 4. Bye-bye. Okay, welcome back. Video number 4. This one's going to be about organizations, trusts, and groups, group activities, opening up bank accounts, all the good stuff. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to talk to you guys about is we talked about in Title 8. I'm having a little bit of a hard time not using my numpad, so I'm going to start manually switching these camera angles back and forth. Otherwise, it's just going to be constantly a battle for me. I've tried to keep my mind focused on it, and I just can't seem to do it. So we're going to go back to 8 U.S.C. 1101, subsection A28, the term organization. We looked at this before. It's part of the definition of the word person from Title 8. The term person means an individual or an organization, and then we go down to organization, and we have this cool word. Now, keep in mind, I mean, even if you and I were just working out at the gym or something like that, it would still be classified under this definition. This definition literally covers everything. Any group of 2 or more people doing literally anything would be under this Title 8 organization. And you say to yourself, oh, well, do you have a Title 8 organization because you go to the government and get it, or do you have a Title 8 organization because it fits the definition of a Title 8 organization? And the answer is it fits the definition. If you and I are doing anything together at all, it would be under this definition. We have a Title 8 organization, whether we want to or not, really, if you think about it. So, and I don't really have a problem with that necessarily either, right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you. So anyone can, you just have a Title 8 organization. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it Batman and Robin organization. I mean, you can call it Great Roofing Experts Organization. You can call it whatever you want. It'd be a Title 8 organization. And this is for an EIN number. This is so you can open up a bank account. As long as you have a passport, which I'll go into later, you can get your EIN number, you can get bank accounts opened, and then you can get credit card processing. You can get everything you want. All you need is a passport to do literally anything. So I'll show you how to do get an EIN number for a Title 8 organization. This is unincorporated, by the way. Remember, Title 8 organization means, but is not limited to, an organization, corporation, company, partnership, association, trust, foundation, or fund, and includes a group of persons, whether or not incorporated, permanently or temporarily associated together with joint action on any subject or subjects. It literally means everything, anything. So you can make a Title 8 organization out of anything. You can also even put your name in here and just have that be the Title 8 organization, which is pretty cool because if you ever get any checks or anything in your name, you would deposit it into the Title 8 organization account, not a personal account. A personal account is just a government employee account. There's no such thing as a personal account. You want to stay away from personal and business accounts at all costs, okay? It's not good. That's how they get into your account so easily. It's because you have a personal or a business account. Personal just means Ensley, just District of Columbia, and business just means Ensley, just District of Columbia. A trust account, it could be foreign or domestic. So that makes a big difference out of it, right? So, but we're going to get into all that in a moment. So for now, we'll just do a Title 8 organization. Okay, so it's going to be in care of Brandon Joe Williams, agent, comma, and then what is your position or title in relationship to this, whatever. I'm the agent on behalf of this Title 8 organization, which is a person from Title 8, right? This is the naturalization address where we'd like to naturalize this thing to. It's going to be 123 Purple Monkey Lane. And that's going to be in Pickle-Taria, the nation of the Amnesty Coalition. And the mailing address is going to be P.O. Box 1962, because this is where they're going to send mail to, Glendale, California, 91209. Country where, county and state where principal business is located. Pickle-Taria. Oh, I put not a business. And then I would put Pickle-Taria, the nation of the Amnesty Coalition, right? Name of responsible party is going to be Brandon Joe Williams, agent. I don't have a social security number, an ITIN, or an EIN, so it would be foreign would be the answer to this. What kind of entity is this? Because we're going to skip these. Is it organized in the United States? No. Is it an LLC? No. Doesn't have anything to do with anything, right? So type of entity, it's going to be other. It's going to be 8 U.S.C. 1101 subsection A28 organization. Okay. If a corporation, blah, 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 we don't need to do that. It's not a corporation. Reason for applying is going to be banking purposes. It's going to be to open a bank account. And date business started or acquired, we're going to put not a business. And then I put line, and then I put the date, 8/15/24. Okay. Highest number of employees, we're going to go to 26 USC 7701, and we're going to go to Cornell, and we're going to type in employee. What's the definition of an employee, right? It's very, very complicated. If you start going down the rabbit hole of what an employee is, it's just somebody who works for the government, essentially. So there's no employees, right? There's no employees here, and there never will be. So for this purpose, we're going to put 0, 0, 0. Okay, and then check one box that describes the principal activity of your business. Other, I put not a business, and then I would put non-profit spiritual work, maybe, I don't know, whatever, right? Indicate principal line of merchandise sold, specific construction work done, products produced, or services provided. You could put nonprofit, consulting, I mean, whatever. It doesn't really matter what you put here, I don't think too much. Has it ever received an EIN, applied for and received an EIN? No. And then if someone else is going to do this for you, you're going to fill out this designee, like a third party. Like if I was filling this out on your behalf, I would put my info here and my info here, but I wouldn't put my address would be 123 Purple Monkey Lane. But for you, you're not going to have a designee, right? So you're not going to fill out this one, this one, this one, or this one, right? You're just going to fill out this one, Brandon Joe Williams, agent, right? Phone number. And yeah, see, I'm using the numpad. I didn't even think of it, and I switched it out so it doesn't do that anymore. So we shouldn't have that problem anymore with the cameras. And then the way you're going to sign this one is without prejudice. Prejudice, right? It's a legal term that protects negotiations between parties from being used against them in court, right? It's used in written and oral communications to encourage dialogue and settlement out of court. The principle allows parties to negotiate without acknowledging fault or giving up rights or claims. So it's basically, for example, without prejudice, correspondence can be used to prove the existence of a contract or that a deal was entered into nefariously, right? So it's basically the same thing as saying all rights reserved. I reserve all of my rights, such as due process, such as all the good stuff that everybody wants all the time, right? So you're going to sign anything that's a contract, anything that could be considered a contract, etc. You're going to sign here without prejudice. You're going to sign it, which means you can write without prejudice in here. Let me see if I can find an example. Give me just 1 second here. I think I have. I'm going to pause the video. Yeah, so here's an example of what I did without prejudice. By BY : Williams, Brandon Joe, organization founder, right? And then the date. So let me pause the video again one more time. So here we are moving back into this document. If we were to do it that way, we could also change, because I did that. It doesn't really matter. Again, I am just showing you guys some examples, but if you want to make your name, I used to use hyphens and colons and stuff in the name, but that typically just gets people too irritated. I'm trying to stay away from all of that as much as possible. But if you're trying to differentiate this name from this name, you can do Williams, Brandon Joe. Williams, Brandon Joe. You can do it either way, right? You can do it however you want. I'm just giving you examples. I'm not showing you guys. You guys really need to understand. I'm not showing you how to do this. And if you don't do it my way, you're a dead man. Everyone out there telling you that is trying to sell you something. I'm not trying to sell you anything. In fact, I probably wouldn't take your money if you practically forced it down my throat, or your currency, whatever. So you could do it this way. You could do it just with your name. You could do it however you want, right? That's how I did it on my other one. Sometimes I do it this way. Sometimes I do it the other way. I switch it up all the time because I'm always trying to figure out what's the best way to do it, which one's going to be more effective, which one causes less issues, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So with that said, I'm going to move into now. Real quick, I don't want to come back to this later in the video. So if let's say this was a trust, it would be Brandon Joe Williams Trust, or whatever the trust name is. It would be trustee. You could have, or grantor, right? It could be grantor or trustee, right? Or you would just do this one and then trustee, right? Whoever's the one, this one here is whoever's the one who is basically filling out this form. And then the responsible party, that's the one who's actually going to be dealing with the trust. So if we pull up, let me go ahead and pause the video again and pull up my trust I wanted to show with you guys. So if you go to the the amnestycoalition.org and you go to resources and documents and you scroll all the way down to this brand new section that I just made yesterday. This one here, I just made this yesterday. You can see here that I created a trust indenture. This is the one that I've been using for a while. It's gone through like a million different editions. This is I call it 1.0 on the website, but it's totally not 1.0. It's like 70.9. But we'll go ahead and call it 1.0 for now, right? So here on the first page, we have the name of the trust, Cool as a Cucumber Ministry Trust. And then we have the trustees, right? Joe Johnson and Bob Bobson, right? And then I'm the grantor, so made by the grantor, right? Or settler. There's a bunch of different terms. It all means the same thing. Grantor is the one who brings the trust into existence. So whoever writes the trust is the grantor. Whoever runs the trust along what is written is the trustees, right? So really, in its most simple form, and I put it right here, in its most simple form, the trust is a contract, right? It's a contract that covers how the assets in the trust, which is called the res of the trust, will be administered by the trustees in order to benefit the beneficiaries, right? So, for example, I have a bunch of gold coins and I want them to be, polished and taken care of and used only for specific purposes or something like that. Or I have the rights to a book and I'm going to put those rights to that book, the patent or the trademark or the rights to the book, I'm going to put that in a trust. And then the trustee is going to help me build up the financial aspect of selling that or contracting out those rights. And then the beneficiaries are going to benefit from that. And the res of the trust would be the rights to the book. So the res of a trust could be anything. It could be cars. It could be the rights to something. It could be patents. It could be financial documents or instruments. It could be businesses. It could be anything, right? It's some kind of asset, right? The asset is run by the trustee in accordance with how the grantor has written the trust. So the trustee has to follow my rules as the grantor. And that's it. Grantor writes the rules. Trustee does the work. Beneficiary benefits. Trustee is compensated for his or her time for doing so. Very simple. It's just a contract. That's all it is. You and I could write, I'll move the camera back. I'm going to do this manually now. You and I could write a trust about this little pickle with a little Santa hat and how it's going to be used or sold, or we're going to use this in these various TV shows, and then the beneficiaries are going to be allowed to have 1% of the total assets of the trust every month paid to them, so they can live off that, but they can only spend the money on things like education or whatever, or the trustee is going to be the person who's going to determine if it has any money or anything that's dispersed to any trust, any beneficiary has to be within these guidelines, and then the beneficiary has to request money from the trustee, and then the trustee has to look over and see if it fits the guidelines of the trust, and blah 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 blah. So the grantor is like the god of the trust, and then the trustee operates all of that according to the rules that the grantor has set aside for that, right? So if we were to take this information here, let's say Joe Johnson is going to be the main guy on this. We would do, if we go back to this one here, it would be Cool as a Cucumber Ministry Trust. It would be myself would be what's called executor, which is the same thing as saying grantor, right? And here's a street address of the trust. Here's the mailing address of the trust. The trust is a person outside of itself, right? Because if you look in the trust document itself, it redefines the word person to not include legal fictions. So within the trust, it would not be considered a person, but outside of the trust, when it's interacting with other bodies of law, it would be considered a person. So that's kind of an interesting aspect of the way that I wrote my trust, right? Same thing, not a business, Pickletaria. Name of responsible party. This one we would change to Joe Johnson would be the, Joe Johnson trustee, because he's the one for there's two types of trust. There's revocable and irrevocable. Revocable means that the grantor can shut it down later. Irrevocable means that the grantor can never shut it down. Irrevocable is always the best choice. That way there's no issues in the future with the grantor for any reason. Once the grantor brings the trust into existence, he or she has nothing to do with the trust ever again and cannot do anything with it or tear it apart or anything. It's just an added protection to do irrevocable, right? So after myself as the executor in an irrevocable trust, create the trust, and I release that trust to Joe Johnson and Bob Bobson, from that point forward, I have nothing to do with it, and there's nothing I can do with it. That's it. I go from having all the power to having no power whatsoever, right? Joe Johnson and Bob Bobson have all the power. And if you want to put both our names on this SS4, I'm sure that wouldn't be a problem, but for right now, we'll just leave Joe Johnson as the main guy. Joe Johnson doesn't have a SSN, ITIN, or EIN, so it's going to be foreign. This one would be I would probably do trust, and then I would do foreign. And if you have any problems with that, I've had some problems with that, and then sometimes I don't. You would just need to deal with that kind of as you go. It's not a corporation, so we wouldn't fill out 9B. Banking purposes to open a bank account. Not a business, same thing, 815-24-000. Not a business, nonprofit spiritual work is fine. Nonprofit consulting is fine. And then all this would be exactly the same. So those are the only things that we would change. If I had trouble with this one, then I would do, you could do other nonprofit organization. And then you could do foreign, foreign. I don't know. I've had a couple issues with that. So, sometimes I'll just resend the goddamn thing again. They'll say no, and I'll literally just resend it, and then they'll approve it. So I don't know what to tell you about that. I don't really even think they know much about this. It's just kind of a hit or miss. So if you have problems with that one, then okay, And keep in mind, just to get off the subject a little bit on this, I was going to go over this later. Let me see if I have it here. The W7, getting an ITIN with the W7 form, right? So if you don't have an SSN, for example, if you wanted to get an ITIN for get a W7 form. I don't know a lot about this. You're going to need to go into this more, but an ITIN is specifically for these various things, like a non-resident alien trying to claim treaty benefits. So that would fit the definition of what we're trying to do with the Title 8 organization and all that. They say name of individual, which is kind of confusing because you could put individual would also fit the ens legis, so I don't know why it's written this way. You could still put the organization name here and stuff. I don't know if they'd have a problem with that, but you could still fill out something like this and see what happens. But this is only under certain circumstances, and they require you to send proof and stuff. I don't know exactly how well this would go down, but I just found this the other day, and I thought that was kind of interesting to share. You can look into that more if you want. But the simplicity of this is going to be foreign. And if they keep hitting you for wanting the TIN of the grantor, you put foreign, you put does not have one, you put NA, I don't know. You just keep going at it until they approve it, because I don't know what else that's what I do, And I had a guy today put a couple comments on that you can actually just call in and get an EIN without having to send this whole thing, right? This SS4 form. I send them in. It takes a while to get them back, but if you want to call them, from what I've heard, it's not that bad. And if they ask you for a social, just say I don't have one. Foreign. I've never had one. Foreign, right? And because the SSN it's not applied to you, it's applied to the ens legis. You actually don't have an SSN. So when they say what is your SSN, you don't have one. You even the word your is a bit tricky too, because your could imply something that you have control over, right? Because having something, the idea of having something just means basically being in control of it, really, if you think about it, or having exclusive control of it, because none of us, everything we quote unquote have, it's all temporary. We don't really permanently have anything, because when we pass away, it moves on to the next temporary possessor of that thing, right? But I wanted to show you this real quick. Let me show you this 304. So when you send in the SS4, which is this one here for the EIN number for your trust or your Title 8 organization, you're going to send it to if you have no legal residence, principal office, or principal agency in any state or the District of Columbia, you can fax it here within the United States, and then you can fax it here outside of the United States. This is what I use. I use this one here. Because I have no legal residence, principal office, or principal agency in any state or in the District of Columbia, and I'm outside of the U.S. So I would use this number here. This is how I've been getting EINs forever. I use this number. If you fax them and they don't send you anything in a week or two, I used to call them and stuff, and it never went anywhere. Just resend it. So all I do is I send it using my Ring Central fax line. I send it, and then I wait a week, and then I send it again, and then I wait a week, and then I send it again, and then I wait a week, and I send it again, and I just have a note on my phone to just resend it every single week until they send it back to me. And that's how I get EINs for my all my stuff. I've gotten 15, 20, 25 EINs, I think. I don't know. Maybe more or less. I don't know. But this is how I do it. And if you want to call in, I'm sure you can call in. I know there's been a lot of people who have had success with that. That's always an option. If you want something faster and easier, probably calling in is probably faster and easier. I like having everything written down. I like having a record. You can also mail it in. It looks like this is the mailing address right here. Internal Revenue Service, attention, EIN International Operation, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45999 would be where you would physically mail it in. Ideally, probably certified mail, make them sign for it. Maybe not the you could send it just tracking. Signing for it maybe wouldn't even be required. It's not really that important. So just to cover that, right? And just to cover a little bit more about the operations of a trust, right? So like I said in my 1.0 course, everything in life is a trust action, right? So every single moment of the day, like for example, even in this course that I'm doing with you, I'm the trustee and you're the beneficiary, right? So I'm also sort of the grantor in a way, because I'm I guess another way you could look at it, if you want to look at it a little differently, is I'm the grantor here. I'm the one bringing this course into existence, and then YouTube or Rumble and Facebook and stuff are sort of going to be like the trustees, because they're going to be the one delivering this created content to you, and then you're the beneficiary. You could look at it that way. You could look at it as I'm the grantor and then kind of the trustee, I guess. But like, I don't know. It's something to think about, But every moment of the day, it's always interesting to think, like, am I creating this and bringing it into existence? I would be the grantor or the executor. Am I operating within the confines of someone else's creation? That would be, and am I the one actually doing the work? That would be the trustee. And then, or am I the one benefiting from this? All three positions are fantastic. There's not, I know there's a lot of talks and stuff, and especially in my first course about how, you want to be the beneficiary, blah, blah, blah. No, I mean, I love being trustee and I love being the executor. It all depends. It all depends, again, on the contract, which is based off of value and consideration and what you consider consideration, right? I enjoy making all of this content for you guys, and I enjoy giving it away for free, and I enjoy all the love and all the karma and all the appreciation and admiration and all the naked photos. Love letters, naked photos. I love it all. So for me, I enjoy being an executor, grantor. I enjoy being a trustee, and I enjoy being a beneficiary. I enjoy all of it. So there's not really, it's all relative in terms of what's good and what's bad and what you consider to be consideration, etc. Right? So let's get into this particular trust a little bit more, and I'll show you kind of the structure of it, right? So the first page just has who's making it and the name of it and the trustees and the address. And then we have a definition section, which I'm not going to get into too much. Lots of really good definitions. These are all handwritten by me, unless you see direct quotes from Black's Law or whatever, but most of these are handwritten by me and have been rewritten over and over and over again, like a million times. So they're pretty interesting. They probably will go through additional changes as we move into the future. So, but it's pretty interesting. You'll definitely find these definitions very, very fascinating and fun. And these operate within the contract. So this is a faith-based entity established under the common law right of contract. The grantor is me. Trustees are Joe Johnson and Bob Bobson, right? We have the declaration of authority. We have the name and situs, which means location of the trust, right? This trust as a person, quote unquote, right? Because if you go up to the word person in my definitions, we have here person, human being, and individual. These words are defined as a nothingness which produces a somethingness, the seat of creativity. This is not the brain nor the body, but is a potential consciousness that has no space, no wavelength, no mass, and no location. This essence contains the decisions and definitions associated with interaction, identity, ethics, morals, and integrity. That's the definition of person, human being, and individual. Right? So this trust, as per the definition coming from within the trust, it wouldn't be considered a person. So that's why I put it in parentheses, right? But outside of the internal operations of the trust, such as when working together with the United States, the USC, it would be considered a person in relationship to other nations. So it gets a little bit interesting because now you have international law. You have the law of the trust and the nation of the Amnesty Coalition coming up against and needing to interface with a body of law like the United States, where they have a different definition of the word, and you guys have to come to an agreement as to how those words will be used and defined within their courts, right? So this trust as a person has experienced birth in the nation of the Amnesty Coalition and may be moved anywhere in the world using the process of naturalization described in 8 U.S.C. 1101 subsection A23, and then we have that definition here in red. This trust, upon its birth, does not operate under Title 8 of the United States Code or any other statutory body of law, but wants to be sure to reference any material that is an excellent description of the powers of this trust. Any statutory aspects of this indenture only ease the interfacing with other bodies of law, and no usage of laws in this indenture establish that this trust is operating under the laws of any other nation. This document is the birth certificate of the trust. Naturalization or change in location may occur by the trustees at any time and as much and as often as they please. The definition of naturalization is currently, and as far as this trust indenture is concerned, will always be defined as the conferring of nationality of a state upon a person after birth by any means whatsoever. Private trust domicile address at birth as a quote-unquote person. even though it's not. That's just for external use. This is going to be the domicile address for this person. And then we have the mailing address, right? So we have the naturalization address, and then we have the mailing address. Where is it located? Through naturalization, and then where do you want to receive mail for this thing? Okay, that's why you always see that everywhere on everything. You'll see that on the right. And then here we go. We have it's 21 years, and then we have what it can and can't do. Trustee resignation if the trustee leaves. So this is the contract. Okay, so the grantor is writing how this thing is going to go down and how it's going to be organized. Right. If someone dies, what happens? If anything else gets added to it, what's going to happen? There's going to be minutes of the trust. You can remove all this stuff, or you can change all this stuff, or you can put different things in here. You can do whatever you want. Duties of the trustees, financial accounting. So the trustee has to follow all of these rules. So this is basically what the trust is it's basically just the laws of the trust. The trust is its own nation, right? As long as it's a piece. And all it is just the rules of the nation. How are things going to work? How are records going to be kept, or how are services going to be contracted, or et cetera, right? And this can be way more simple than this. This is actually just a modified template that I found one day. So you can, trust is irrevocable, trust is a separate entity, right? And I put here, normally the term used to describe this in foreign nations such as the United States is by the word person, but that term is not available to be used within this indenture, and the proper term would be ens legis, right? Beneficiary is control of trust, operation and continuity, liability. So you have all this different pieces of information as to how the trust will be operated. And again, you can change this however you want. This is as the grantor, you can change this however you want, right? And we have all this stuff, this may change a bit depending on whatever. And then at the end here, we have the grantor creator autograph. We have the trustee number 1 autograph and trustee number 2 autograph. And then you would notarize this or have 2 witnesses watch you sign it. And then, so the trust is officially opened and it's officially active once the grantor signs it, right? And then, but there's no one really at the wheel. So it's sort of like you would put that same date the grantor signs it would be here on the executed on date. And then the trustee number 1 and trustee number 2 would notarize this. And then once they notarize it, then it's like fully activated, but it would be technically activated and technically alive or birthed or had birth. Once the grantor or creator had signed it. It's like having a child. Once the grantor or creator puts his autograph on this, at that point the child has been born. And then until the trustees sign it, it's kind of like a derelict child or an abandoned child. And then once the trustee number 1 and trustee number 2 sign it, now they've taken responsibility for this child, and now we're off to the races. Okay. And it's very, very simple. The people are always asking all the time, because we've all been brainwashed endlessly, where do I file this? And how do I file it? And do I go to the county recorder? And do I do this? And do I do that? You don't do any of those things. In fact, no one ever needs to see the trust indenture ever for all of time. If the trust indenture is around, if you have this thing for 21 years, you never, ever need to show a single person ever the trust indenture. Not once. Ever. Ever. Not even courts can force you to show it, because they don't have jurisdiction in a foreign country. So the thing is that you never ever need to show anyone this trust indenture ever for all of your existence, right? No one needs to know what's in here and what the contract is. That's why it's called private. Private means non-governmental. If it's not governmental, then why would the government, which is a private for-profit corporation located in the District of Columbia, why would they have anything to do with it? They don't. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm not even going to have that conversation. It's not even a conversation for them to have. So what you use to contract with people in a way that allows you to contract without having to worry about showing people the indenture. You can show people the indenture. I'm not telling people you can't. I'm not telling people that you have to or you should or you can't. You can do literally whatever you want. If you want to put the trust indenture in the public recorder and file it into the public recorder and make a public record, go for it. I'm just telling you don't have to. And if you don't want to and you want it to be truly private and you want all the information in there to be private, and by the way, if you notice in the trust indenture, the beneficiaries are never even mentioned because the beneficiaries are private. They're not even in the indenture at all. Even if you do show the indenture, that information is privatized. So you have 2 layers of privacy when it comes to the beneficiaries, right? So the beneficiaries are literally just whoever you say they are. That's the simple fact. That's why people freak out about trustees and beneficiaries and what do I do and how do I do this and where do I file? You don't need to file anything. You don't need to do anything. You don't even need a notary. If there's 2 witnesses and they both sign, you have a notarized. And another thing you can do, which it freaks people out, especially now in the courts and stuff like that, but you can use a thumbprint on your document. It doesn't need to be red or green or any of these colors. I don't think any of that matters. But if you think about it, what is the purpose of a notary, right? What is the purpose of a notary? Yeah. So I'm surprised they even have anything close to the right definition, because typically most of them have no clue what they're doing, right? So all they do is they are public officials that act as impartial witnesses to the signing of important documents. So they do two things, right? This is why you don't want your wife or your cousin or your brother to be your notary. You should use a third party, ideally one that's kind of not in your family and like not too close to you, and like not someone that you employ, or not anyone where there would be any type of anything that would make them partial, right? Anything you can do to stay away from that is ideal. So a notary is a public official who acts as an impartial witness to the signing of important documents. They do two things. They verify you are who you say you are by some sort of identification method, and then they physically watch you sign the document. That's it. That's all a notary does. And when notaries try to operate outside of that, they're basically at that point practicing law without a license and giving you legal advice and doing all sorts of crazy shit, because they don't have the protections of a private individual, free speech. Free speech, you can say anything you want. You can give all the advice you want. A public official does not have the right of free speech, right? When they're operating in a public capacity. They're actually operating on behalf of the District of Columbia. So at that point, if they were to try to give you legal advice operating on behalf of a public official, that would be a big no-no. They can't do that, right? So there's a lot of confusion with this whole legal advice thing, right? If you're not operating as in the public, if you're not operating as a public official, anything you say that could be considered legal advice would be classified under free speech, the First Amendment. If you're operating as a public official and you're operating in a professional capacity, you don't have the right of free speech. So if you do give people legal advice, then you could get in trouble for practicing law without a license, right? And nobody seems to understand those two differences. Even the bar cards, everybody, even the courts are yelling at me for this kind of stuff and practicing law without a license, and that's ridiculous. I'm not operating in a public capacity, so that wouldn't apply at all. And we're going to get into that a little later. I have a lot of that information on my Williams & Williams website, right? But you're going to get the notarization done on this, and then you're going to use this called a certification of trust. So certification or certificate, right? That just means evidence that something exists someplace else. Same thing when you look at like a certificate of title. We're going to get into that later when we get into cars. Certificate of title means evidence that a title exists someplace else, which I know is very shocking and probably going to piss you off, but here we are. So if I were to reread this in normal English, it's just document evidencing that a trust exists someplace else. The name of that trust, which exists someplace else, is called Cool as a Cucumber Ministry Trust. It's got the names of the trustees, name of the trust. This is the trust, and it's currently in existence. Was created on 8/14. Grantor is Brett Joe Williams. Acting trustees are Joe Johnson and Bob Bobson. What are some of the powers? It's irrevocable. The signatures of all the trustees is required to exercise the powers. The trust identification number, right? This would be the EIN. Once you get that EIN from the IRS, they're going to need that to open the account, right? Typically, a certificate of trust is used to open bank accounts, but you can use it for any sort of contracting at all with anyone. We have here title to trust assets shall be taken using. So like if you write a check or something like that, what's the check going to be going to? I'm going to change this A and as to a lowercase, but this is the name that you put on the check. That's what they're saying there. And then just saying the hereby declare that the trust has not been revoked, modified, or amended in any way which would cause representations herein to be incorrect. Trust is non-statutory. You can look up what that means, statutory versus non-statutory. And then it's foreign-born trust that has been naturalized into state of California for the purposes of getting a bank account opened. So I added this in because Chase Bank will not allow you to open up a trust unless the trust has been basically naturalized into one of the 50 corporate states. They wouldn't even let me do American Samoa or anything. So this is just kind of a tester that I'm doing. Some banks are different. Some banks don't require this line. So you can actually remove number 11 and you can actually test it out and see if they'll take it. They told me like, it's not naturalized into one of the 50 states. We need it to be naturalized in one of the 50 states. And then I just added point number 11 to naturalize it. If you don't like that, you don't want to do that, then find another bank that won't make you do that. I'm trying to open up accounts at literally every bank because I'm trying to just learn. So I have connections into all sorts of banking relationships and all sorts of banks. And it's kind of a slow process, but I'm trying to open up all sorts of shit all over the place and just study everything and just talk to people and talk to bankers and talk to whoever I can to try to learn more as we go. And then we have trustee 1 signs here. You don't notarize this unless they ask you to, but I don't notarize these and I get accounts open. And then you have trustee number 2, right? Obviously, if you just have one trustee, it would just be one name here, one name here, one name here, and then one name here. And then in the trust indenture itself, it would just have the one name. You can name it whatever you want. You can name it Brandon Joe Williams Trust in all capital letters. You can name it whatever you want. So that's the basic gist of a trust. It's very, very simple. People make it out to be very, very complicated. It doesn't need to be complicated at all. It's actually quite simple, right? So you've heard this term Sssstar trust, right? So it's a type of trust, and I don't know, a lot of people say that the all caps name, what is it, right? Is it an estate? Is it a trust? Is it a corporation? Is it a partnership? Is it an association? Is it a company? All the different definitions of the word person, right? I don't know. It could be all of those things, right? And that's why I use the term ens legis. I don't have evidence showing you that the all caps name is one of those things. As far as I can tell from all the research I've done, it's kind of all of those things. Or there could even be more than one for all those things, and it's all different all caps names that are all spelled the same. I don't know. So I just call it an ens legis because I know it's an ens legis. I know the all caps name is an ens legis. I just don't know like what kind. I don't know some of the information that people assume. So you're going to see a lot of confusing information, and the Sssstar trust, and the estate, the dead estate. You're going to see a lot of things, and I just don't know. I don't know. To me, it's kind of like all the above, and it operates in different ways or something. I don't really know, but it's good to learn all of it. So Sssstar trust is a person who is entitled to the benefits of a trust that has been established for their benefit, right? So Sssstar means, you're the beneficiary, right? And you can look this up more, and you say to me, Brandon, what is the all caps name? Is it a Sssstar? Is it a estate? Is it what is it, right? Sssstar is French for he who lives. It is a legal term for an individual who is the beneficiary of a trust or an insurance policy with rights to property and the income and profits that the property provides. So this is pretty interesting. For example, if you look at a certificate of title, we're going to go over this more later, but we can go ahead and go into this a little bit now. If you look at a certificate of title for let's see if I can find a bigger photo here. If you look at the certificate of title, I'm going to pause the video for a minute while I look for this. Here we go. So you have State of California, which is a corporation that's located either in the District of Columbia or it's a federal zone that's outside of the District of Columbia. I haven't really talked about that too much, but it's just kind of a brand new thing on my radar. It's either, because if you look it up on Dun and Bradstreet, it says that it's in Sacramento. So by saying you're a resident of State of California, it could mean that you're resident in a federal government zone, which is located in Sacramento, California. But to make it simpler, it's really just because even if that was true, it would still be operating as though it was in the District of Columbia, even though it's not. So it doesn't really matter. Either way, it's a corporation located in the District of Columbia. Okay. And then certificate of title. Certificate means evidence that something exists someplace else. So this whole document is evidence that something exists someplace else. And the legal term to describe what that means is the word abstract. It's an abstract. It's not an actual title. It's a certificate of title. People think it's like, I have the title. You do not have the title. You hand me one of these, I'm walking away. This is not the title to the vehicle. It's an abstract to the title. It's an illusionary connectivity piece to the title. It's not the title. Okay. So if you look here, you have the term registered owner, right? And you say to yourself, oh yeah, registered owner. Yeah, I'm the owner. Well, if you look up the term registered owner, legal definition, right? You're going to see here. Let's see if it's... So what's so funny is recently this Black's Law Dictionary website got shut down, which is hilarious. As soon as my shit starts blowing up, they shut it down. But you still see a lot of the definitions here saved. And then we have and we have all the stuff, which this may change a bit depending on whatever. And then at the end here, we have the grantor creator autograph. We have the trustee number 1 autograph and trustee number 2 autograph. And then you would notarize this or have 2 witnesses watch you sign it. And then, so the trust is officially opened and it's officially active once the grantor signs it, right? And then, but there's no one really at the wheel. So it's sort of like you would put that same date the grantor signs it would be here on the executed on date. And then the trustee number 1 and trustee number 2 would notarize this. And then once they notarize it, then it's like fully activated, but it would be technically activated and technically alive or birthed or had birth once the grantor or creator had signed it. It's like having a child. Once the grantor or creator puts his autograph on this, at that point the child has been born. And then until the trustees sign it, it's kind of like a derelict child or an abandoned child. And then once the trustee number 1 and trustee number 2 sign it, now they've taken responsibility for this child, and now we're off to the races. Okay. And it's very, very simple. The people are always asking all the time, because we've all been brainwashed endlessly, where do I file this? And how do I file it? And do I go to the county recorder? And do I do this? And do I do that? You don't do any of those things. In fact, no one ever needs to see the trust indenture ever for all of time. If the trust indenture is around, if you have this thing for 21 years, you never ever need to show a single person ever the trust indenture, not once, ever. Not even courts can force you to show it, because they don't have jurisdiction in a foreign country. So the thing is that there's you never ever need to show anyone this trust indenture ever for all of your existence, right? No one needs to know what's in here and what the contract is. That's why it's called private. Private means non-governmental. If it's not governmental, then why would the government, which is a private for-profit corporation located in the District of Columbia, why would they have anything to do with it? They don't. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm not even going to have that conversation. It's not even a conversation for them to have. So what you use to contract with people in a way that allows you to contract without having to worry about showing people the indenture. You can show people the indenture. I'm not telling people you can't. I'm not telling people that you have to or you should or you can't. You can do literally whatever you want. If you want to put the trust indenture in the public recorder and file it into the public recorder and make a public record, go for it. I'm just telling you don't have to. And if you don't want to and you want it to be truly private and you want all the information in there to be private, and by the way, if you notice in the trust indenture, the beneficiaries are never even mentioned because the beneficiaries are private. They're not even in the indenture at all. Even if you do show the indenture, that information is privatized. So you have 2 layers of privacy when it comes to the beneficiaries, right? So the beneficiaries are literally just whoever you say they are. That's the simple fact. That's why people freak out about trustees and beneficiaries and what do I do and how do I do this and where do I file? You don't need to file anything. You don't need to do anything. You don't even need a notary. If there's 2 witnesses and they both sign, you have a notarized. And another thing you can do, which it freaks people out, especially now in the courts and stuff like that, but you can use a thumbprint on your document. It doesn't need to be red or green or any of these colors. I don't think any of that matters. But if you think about it, what is the purpose of a notary, right? What is the purpose of a notary? Yeah. So I'm surprised they even have anything close to the right definition, because typically most of them have no clue what they're doing, right? So all they do is they are public officials that act as impartial witnesses to the signing of important documents. So they do 2 things, right? This is why you don't want your wife or your cousin or your brother to be your notary. You should use a third party, ideally one that's kind of not in your family and like not too close to you and like not someone that you employ, or not anyone where there'd be any type of anything that would make them partial, right? Anything you can do to stay away from that is ideal. So a notary is a public official who acts as an impartial witness to the signing of important documents. They do 2 things. They verify you are who you say you are by some sort of identification method, and then they physically watch you sign the document. That's it. That's all a notary does. And when notaries try to operate outside of that, they're basically at that point practicing law without a license and giving you legal advice and doing all sorts of crazy shit, because they don't have the protections of a private individual free speech. Free speech, you can say anything you want. You can give all the advice you want. A public official does not have the right of free speech, right? When they're operating in a public capacity. They're actually operating on behalf of the District of Columbia. So at that point, if they were to try to give you legal advice operating on behalf of a public official, that would be a big no-no. They can't do that, right? So there's a lot of confusion with this whole legal advice thing, right? If you're not operating as in the public, if you're not operating as a public official, anything you say that could be considered legal advice would be classified under free speech, the First Amendment. If you're operating as a public official and you're operating in a professional capacity, you don't have the right of free speech. So if you do give people legal advice, then you could get in trouble for practicing law without a license, right? And nobody seems to understand those two differences. Even the bar cards, everybody, even the courts are yelling at me for this kind of stuff and practicing law without a license, and that's ridiculous. I'm not operating in a public capacity, so that wouldn't apply at all. And we're going to get into that a little later. I have a lot of the information on my Williams & Williams website, right? But you're going to get the notarization done on this, and then you're going to use this called a certification of trust. So certification or certificate, right? That just means evidence that something exists someplace else. Same thing when you look at like a certificate of title. We're going to get into that later when we get into cars. Certificate of title means evidence that a title exists someplace else, which I know is very shocking and probably going to piss you off, but here we are. So if I were to reread this in normal English, it's just document evidencing that a trust exists someplace else. The name of that trust, which exists someplace else, is called Cool's Cucumber Ministry Trust. It's got the names of the trustees, name of the trust. This is the trust, and it's currently in existence. Was created on 8/14. Grantor is Brett Joe Williams. Acting trustees are Joe Johnson and Bob Bobson. What are some of the powers? It's irrevocable. The signatures of all the trustees is required to exercise the powers. The trust identification number, right? This would be the EIN. Once you get that EIN from the IRS, they're going to need that to open the account, right? Typically, a certificate of trust is used to open bank accounts, but you can use it for any sort of contracting at all with anyone. We have here title to trust assets shall be taken using. So like if you write a check or something like that, what's the check going to be going to? I'm going to change this A and as to a lowercase, but this is the name that you put on the check. That's what they're saying there. And then just saying the hereby declare that the trust has not been revoked, modified, or amended in any way which would cause representations herein to be incorrect. Trust is non-statutory. You can look up what that means, statutory versus non-statutory. And then it's foreign-born trust that has been naturalized into state of California for the purposes of getting a bank account opened. So I added this in because Chase Bank will not allow you to open up a trust unless the trust has been basically naturalized into one of the 50 corporate states. They wouldn't even let me do American Samoa or anything. So this is just kind of a tester that I'm doing. Some banks are different. Some banks don't require this line. So you can actually remove number 11 and you can actually test it out and see if they'll take it. They told me it's not naturalized into one of the 50 states, and we need it to be naturalized in one of the 50 states. And then I just added point number 11 to naturalize it. If you don't like that, you don't want to do that, then find another bank that won't make you do that. I'm trying to open up accounts at literally every bank because I'm trying to just learn. So I have connections into all sorts of banking relationships and all sorts of banks, and it's kind of a slow process, but I'm trying to open up all sorts of shit all over the place and just study everything and just talk to people and talk to bankers and talk to whoever I can to try to learn more as we go. And then we have trustee 1 signs here. You don't notarize this unless they ask you to, but I don't notarize these and I get accounts open. And then you have trustee number 2, right? Obviously, if you just have one trustee, it would just be one name here, one name here, one name here, and then one name here. And then in the trust indenture itself, it would just have the one name. You can name it whatever you want. You can name it Brandon Joe Williams Trust in all capital letters. You can name it whatever you want. So that's the basic gist of a trust. It's very, very simple. People make it out to be very, very complicated. It doesn't need to be complicated at all. It's actually quite simple, right? So you've heard this term Sssstar trust, right? So it's a type of trust. And I don't know, a lot of people say that the all caps name, what is it, right? Is it an estate? Is it a trust? Is it a corporation? Is it a partnership? Is it an association? Is it a company? All the different definitions of the word person, right? I don't know. It could be all of those things, right? And that's why I use the term ens legis. I don't have evidence showing you that the all caps name is one of those things. As far as I can tell from all the research I've done, it's kind of all of those things. Or there could even be more than one for all those things, and it's all different all caps names that are all spelled the same. I don't know. So I just call it an ens legis because I know it's an ens legis. I know the all caps name is an ens legis. I just don't know what kind. I don't know some of the information that people assume. So you're going to see a lot of confusing information and the Sssstar trust and the estate, the all cap, the dead estate. You're going to see a lot of things and I just don't know. I don't know. To me, it's kind of like all the above and it operates in different ways or something. I don't really know, but it's good to learn all of it. So Sssstar trust is a person who is entitled to the benefits of a trust that has been established for their benefit, right? So Sssstar means, you're the beneficiary, right? And you can look this up more, and you say to me, Brandon, what is the all caps name? Is it a Sssstar? Is it a state? Is it, what is it, right? Sssstar is French for he who lives. It is a legal term for an individual who is the beneficiary of a trust or insurance policy with rights to property and the income and profits that the property provides. So this is pretty interesting. For example, if you look at a certificate of title, we're going to go over this more later, but we can go ahead and go into this a little bit now. If you look at a certificate of title for let's see if I can find a bigger photo here. If you look at the certificate of title, I'm going to pause the video for a minute while I look for this. Here we go. So you have State of California, which is a corporation that's located either in the District of Columbia or it's a federal zone that's outside of the District of Columbia. I haven't really talked about that too much, but it's just kind of a brand new thing on my radar. It's either, because if you look it up on Dun and Bradstreet, it says that it's in Sacramento. So by saying you're a resident of State of California, it could mean that you're resident in a federal government zone, which is located in Sacramento, California. But to make it simpler, it's really just because even if that was true, it would still be operating as though it was in the District of Columbia, even though it's not. So it doesn't really matter. Either way, it's a corporation located in the District of Columbia. Okay. And then certificate of title. Certificate means evidence that something exists someplace else. So this whole document is evidence that something exists someplace else. And the legal term to describe what that means is the word abstract. It's an abstract. It's not an actual title. It's a certificate of title. People think it's like, oh, I have the title. You do not have the title. You hand me one of these, I'm walking away. This is not the title to the vehicle. It's an abstract to the title. It's an illusionary connectivity piece to the title. It's not the title. Okay. So if you look here, you have the term registered owner, right? And you say to yourself, oh yeah, registered owner. Yeah, I'm the owner. Well, if you look up the term registered owner, legal definition, right? You're going to see here. Let's see if it's... So what's so funny is recently this Black's Law Dictionary website got shut down, which is hilarious. As soon as my shit starts blowing up, they shut it down. But you still see a lot of the definitions here saved in the cache or whatever of Google or whatever it is, right? So registered owner, owner whose name is recorded in a security issuer's registrars as the security's owner and is entitled to receive dividend or interest and principal payouts, right? So it's somebody who's registered on a security, right? A certificate of title shows security interest. It's not an actual title. It's actually, like I said, it's an abstract. It's a security abstract of the actual title. So you think you know what this means, registered owner. What it means is the individual or trust or estate or partnership or whatever, because the word person, of which is allowed to have like beneficial usage of this vehicle, but does not have complete ownership of the vehicle like what you think. Like the definition of owner of what you think it means is not what they're saying here. They're saying that you basically, registered owner is the person whose name is listed on there as the person who can use it or have beneficial usage of it or receive dividend and interest payments, right? So if we go back to Sssstar, right? An individual who is the beneficiary or a trust or insurance policy with rights to property and the income and profits that the property provides, right? So, and that's also why your name is in all caps on the document, right? They're referring to the ens legis. So they're saying that the ens legis named John Smith, of which is a resident of Torrance, California, which is in the District of Columbia, has a beneficial interest in this vehicle, of which actually the state of California is the owner. So I know it's very complicated, but this is the trick. Signature of registered owner. So when you sign this certificate of title, you're signing as the authorized representative on behalf of the ens legis called John Smith. John Smith is the registered owner. So I know it's very, very complicated, but the reason why that is because a motor vehicle is a is a profession. A motor vehicle is a vehicle engaged in a commercial activity, transporting people and property for compensation, right? And I can show you a little bit about that here. And I know a lot of the naysayers are going to say, in this chapter is only how this applies. Well, yeah, but if you keep digging, you're going to find a lot of the same stuff. And I like how clear this definition is. The term motor vehicle means every description of carriage or other contrivance propelled or drawn by mechanical power and used for commercial purposes on the highways in the transportation of passengers and property or cargo. I think I showed you the definition of driver from Title 49. It's 49 CFR 390.5T, I believe it is. You'll see it on there. I think I showed you that before. And then you have used for commercial purposes, has a special definition. It means the carriage of persons or property for any fee, rate, charge, or other consideration, or directly or indirectly in connection with any business or other undertaking intended for profit. So what they're saying, ultimately, in this certificate of title, right? Because I'm explaining all this because we have this Sssstar trust, right? So this is essentially a Sssstar trust. What we have is the original title, which is called the MSO or MCO of a vehicle. This is what they look like, right? This is the actual title of the vehicle. Let me see if I can find a photo for you really quickly. Sample. Let's see if that works, right? Okay. Let's see if I'm going to pause the video if I can't find one. And let's pause the video for a moment. Okay, so I couldn't quickly find a photo. I'm not going to keep looking, but you can look on here. This is what the actual title looks like. It's going to have a lot of the same information. It looks almost the same as the title, the certificate of title. They did it on purpose to confuse people. So the certificate of origin for a vehicle, this is the actual birth certificate, the actual real title. This has to be sent in, and again, I'm going to go over a lot of this in more detail in the cars section, but I'm just explaining how all this works so you can understand the Sssstar trust. So this gets sent in to the DMV, and I'll show you all the references on that, and we'll do a deep dive on that later. But basically what you're doing is you're giving up the actual ownership of the vehicle in exchange to use the vehicle as a commercial activity. And then you become the all caps name, which is the Sssstar V. The beneficiary is the all caps name, the ens legis, has the beneficial ownership of the profit of that activity. Rights to property and the income and profits that the property provides, right? So the term registered owner means who's the person who's going to be getting paid the profits of this commercial activity. And the Sssstar V trust, the all caps ens legis, is listed as that, and then you are the agent on behalf of that ens legis. And this is why I always laugh, because money and financials and citizenship and nationality is actually a lot simpler than cars. I don't know what it is about cars and all this stuff, but the DMV and cars and all this stuff is so, it's such a complicated web of destruction, dude. Oh my God. We're going to break it all down. Don't worry. But I will assure you that the cars and the driving part of this is definitely going to be the more complicated part. I'm going to pause the video for a moment. So I want to show you the definition of the word owner, right? The person in whom is vested the ownership, dominion, or title of property, right? So we have a bunch of different words here. We have ownership and we have dominion, right? So he who has dominion of a thing, real or personal, has which he has a right to enjoy and do with as he pleases, even to spoil or destroy it, as far as the law permits, right? But the thing is that when you send it in the DMV, you're not the full owner. You just have the rights to the benefit of the profit of the commercial activity. That's why you're listed as the registered owner, right? Let's see here. Right, anyways, so owner means a lot of different things. It could mean the definition of, let's see here. So we start getting into things like equitable owner, one who is recognized in equity as the owner of property because the real and beneficial use and title belongs to him, although the bare legal title is vested in another, such as a trustee for his benefit, right? So it'd be sort of like, in that situation, you could look at the DMV as sort of like the trustee, right? The trustee is the one who has control over all the rules and how things are going to go down. That's why the police are essentially like, it's kind of crazy to even say it. The police are basically like a private security force to help the trustee called the DMV administer the assets of the corporation called State of California. And I know that's very confusing. We're going to continue to break that down later, and we're going to go into a deep dive on this later, but I'm just trying to show you we have general and beneficial owner. General owner, qualified ownership, right? So keep in mind, there's different types of owner. Owner doesn't just mean one thing. There's a whole bunch of different types of owner: legal owner, part owner, right? So they use the term owner, and you get all excited. You're like, oh yeah, I'm the owner. No, registered owner just means you don't have full dominion. You're just the beneficiary. A trustee is the one who would really be the one to make the decisions, or the executor would be the one to really make the decisions, right? You are neither of those things. You're just you've voluntarily given away the assets of the vehicle, which is the res of the trust, into this nightmare, okay? And you're living inside of this nightmare, essentially, right? And I'm going to pause the video for a moment and find another word to show you. So we saw the term dominion used in there, right? Which is a pretty cool word. Ownership or right to property, or perfect or complete property or ownership. Title to an article of property which arises from the power of disposition and the right of claiming it. Sovereignty or lordship. So, in my opinion, you wouldn't say I own the vehicle. You definitely wouldn't say I'm a registered owner. You would say I have absolute, unconditional, unqualified dominion over the automobile. The word motor vehicle, if you type in automobile, I think I might have shown you this a little bit earlier, but we can look at it again. Automobile definition, California. If we look at vehicle definitions, an automobile is a passenger vehicle that does not transport persons for hire. And then a commercial vehicle is a vehicle which is used or maintained for the transportation of persons for hire, compensation, or profit, or designed, used, or maintained primarily in the transportation of property, right? This one is a motor vehicle, which is why you're going to the Department of Motor Vehicles. This one here is not a motor vehicle, it's an automobile. It's two entirely different terms, right? And I know you guys have heard a lot about this whole driving versus traveling thing. I don't use that terminology. I've never really seen the definition of traveling being clear, but driving is very clear. And I just say I'm not driving. And they say, what are you doing? I don't know. I'm not driving. That I know. I know I'm not driving. Traveling rather than driving, I don't know. Maybe I am. I don't know. I just know I'm not driving. Well, what are you doing? Well, that's for you to figure out. I don't know. I have no idea. Well, you trying to have me do your job for you? I don't know. You figure it out. Police officer or whatever. It's not my job to figure out what you think I'm doing within your terminology. You say I'm doing this thing called driving. I know I ain't doing that thing called driving. So whatever you think I could be doing or whatever, I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. All I know is your concern is whether or not I'm driving. I ain't driving. So why are we talking? I do it a little differently. I don't do the traveling thing because I haven't seen enough about the whole traveling thing to really make a decision, right? But so we see here the SSTKV, right? You're the beneficiary, right? And that's why it's registered owner. Registered owner is a SSTKV. This is a trust. State of California is the trustee. Me as the man, Brandon Joe Williams, is essentially the grantor. I'm the one who sent all this shit in. I'm the one who filled out all the applications. I'm the one who paid for it. So I'm the grantor of my own prison cell. I was the one who created this whole situation by going to the DMV. State of California became the trustee, and then the ens legis, Brandon Joe Williams in all caps, became the SSTKV or registered owner. And this is a trust. You are looking at a trust. There has to be an asset in order for there to be a trust. If there's no asset, there's no trust. What is the res of the trust? And you can ask that anytime you're confused or anytime you're in any sort of legal situation or anytime you're in any sort of courtroom or, what is the res of the trust? If you don't know the res of the trust, and then you ask them who's the trustee and who's the beneficiary and who's the executor, right? In this situation, you as the man who originated this would be the grantor or executor or settler, the one who created it. And then that's why you're in this situation and you're fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting, and they don't, all they're doing, it's very fucked up to say it, but all the court is doing is following the rules of what the executor laid out the trust was going to be. You are the executor. You filled out all the original documentation and you paid to open up this trust. All the court is doing is following your original directions. Now, a good question would be, is this trust revocable or irrevocable? I sent all my stuff in and had it all destroyed. I sent in my driver's license, had all that destroyed. We're going to go into that all later when we get into the cars section of the course. So as far as I'm concerned, it's revocable. And also, they can't, slavery, you start getting into peonage from Title 42, 42 USC 1994, peonage abolished, right? We're going to be getting into how to use some of these statutes and stuff. We have Title 18, slavery. Enticement into slavery, right? So everything in Title 18 is only enforceable by the Department of Justice or the state prosecutor. You can't use these in a civil court by yourself. It's something I had to learn the hard way by actually doing it, right? I think I talked about that a little bit on a previous court video. But when you start getting into finding some of the cool stuff that you can use outside of Title 18, like this one is usable, Title 42, peonage, right? We start getting into those kind of things. I'm going to show you some more stuff later as we get into the end, near the enforcement arm of all of this. How do you enforce all these things, right? But I'm just showing you all this because we literally have a Sssstar KV trust right here on your certificate of title. That is a Sssstar KV trust, right? So you say to yourself, is that all caps name a Sssstar KV trust? In relationship to this particular document, it is, but it could be more of an estate someplace else or more of a corporation someplace else. I don't really know. I just know it's an ens legis. It's a creature of the law, right? So we'll get into that more and more and more as we go forward. And I'm going to pause the video for a second and review my notes and see if there's anything else I wanted to cover on this particular activity, right? As you're starting to see, an individual by themselves, you know, it's complicated because they want to make everything into a group. They want to make everything a group, right? And that's why a Title 8 organization or a trust is smart, because you can name the trust Brandon Joe Williams in all caps, and then now you can name the Title 8 organization Brandon Joe Williams in all caps. And now, you know, every time you see Brandon Joe Williams in all caps, it's like, well, are you talking about the ens legis that you guys made, the birth certificate? Are you guys talking about the Title 8? Are you guys talking about the trust? So what's funny is when you start to understand all this stuff, they confuse you with all this shit. But you can just start creating all sorts of stuff and putting names on stuff and going fucking absolutely ape shit. And you can create an entire web of complex structure. And now you can confuse the shit out of them 10 times more than they can confuse the shit out of you, because they don't understand a lot of this in this sort of depth. You're not going to find, the judges might, but the bar cards and the lawyers definitely won't. So you can create 150 trusts and 150 Title 8 organizations and name all of them and get different EIN numbers for all of them. And now when you go into court, you just constantly ask, who are you talking about? And that's, you know, you could just destroy the whole goddamn system doing something like that. They confuse you doing the same shit. A lot of the stuff that I do and a lot of the stuff in like the novations and all the stuff that I'm teaching you and all the stuff that I do is literally the same shit that they do to us. Like, you guys think that this is the craziest shit ever. It's the exact same shit they do to us, just turned and just done on them. Same thing. And the beauty of doing that, if I come back to me, because I'm just talking here, if you the beauty of doing that is they can't fight against it. They can't complain, because if they say, oh, you can't do that, it's like, well, wait a second, that's what you do. And they go, oh shit. Like how they can't defend against it when you use exactly what they do on them. They can't defend against it, because if they do, and then it creates case law, the whole system crumbles down, because everything that they're doing, if they say you can't do it and it becomes case law, now they can't do it. So it's an interesting situation. You can do all the stuff that they do on them, and it's complete immunity. They can't do anything to you, because if they do something to you, they destroy themselves in the process. It's a beautiful tactic that I've sort of developed, right? So asking a lot of questions. Why do you do it this way? And why do you do it that way? And why did you put my name here like this? And why did you? And the more you learn, the more you can do the same shit they're doing on them or on other people, and then you're home free, as far as I'm concerned, right? Bank accounts. How to operate using a trust. You're just gonna. It's all the same thing. You're signing on behalf of the trust, right? So let's look up. Authorized signature. I think it is authorized. I mean, you guys are just gonna start seeing this everywhere now. Everything is not what you think it means. Everything. So you see authorized signature. You see this on everything. You see it on applications. You see it on bank. When you're opening up a bank account, you're going to see authorized signature, authorized signature, authorized signature. Hell, I wouldn't even be surprised. Checkbook. Let me see here. What do we get? Checkbook sign line. Checkbook sign line says authorized signature, right? This is another big mind fuck. I knew this, but it's just kind of coming together a little bit better for me now all of a sudden. So if you look on a checkbook, you'll see the little MP. Let me show you guys. It's so fucking funny, right? So you see this little MP. Let me see if I can't zoom in any farther. So if you look at on any check, if you pull out some of your checkbooks or order some checks or look up your parents' checks, because a lot of young people don't use checks anymore. If you look at this line here, MP right next to the line, that stands for microprint. And what they have written here along this line is authorized signature, authorized signature, authorized signature, authorized signature, all the way across the line over and over and over again, right? Authorized signature is a phrase that is often printed in microprint on the signature line of a check. And then you look up what is authorized signature. It's a authorized signature is on behalf of the person who has the right to sign documents on behalf of an organization. So they're literally telling you that you are signing on behalf of an ens legis. You are literally signing on behalf of an ens legis. Every single check you've ever signed, you're signing on behalf of an ens legis, on behalf of an organization, which is a creature of the law, right? So you don't realize it, but you are signing, you're never signing yourself. You're always signing on behalf of an ens legis. So all I'm teaching you is what you've already been doing your entire life, and you just didn't know it. Now you know it. Now you know that you are the agent on behalf of an organization, and you are the authorized signer on behalf of that organization. That organization is an ens legis. And that ens legis can be moved around by simply conferring the nationality of a state upon the ens legis after birth by any means whatsoever. So you're starting to see a little bit more of how this all, I know it's kind of shocking. That actually kind of even shocked me a little bit. I mean, I knew this, but teaching it and putting it together like this in a brand new way, it's very, very interesting. So you're going to be operating the trust the same way as how you operate your ens legis. You just didn't know it. You thought every time you signed Brandon Joe Williams, you were saying that it was you. It's not. You're on behalf of an organization. You're an authorized signer, right? So you've been doing that your whole life, and you just didn't know it. So you're going to be doing the same fucking thing now, but on behalf of a trust organization. And you're going to be the authorized signer on behalf of the trust, the ens legis, right? Trust is an ens legis. It's a creature of the law, right? So Title 8 organization is also an ens legis. And the all caps name that was created when your birth certificate was processed by the local health officer, that's also an ens legis. Is it in the state? Is it this? Is it that? I don't know. It kind of operates as all the above. I don't have additional information for you. People say, oh, it's a Sssstar trust. Maybe it is. Maybe part of it is, or maybe with the Social Security Administration it is, or I don't know. If you look up old Social Security cards, let me see if I can find one. I was going to go over this later with you, but if you look up old Social Security cards with account number on them, if you look up Social Security cards, it says here between 37 and 38, which is just 2 years after the act was created, right? So 1936, you can see here, okay, let's not go through all that. So you can see here, back in 36, so 35 is when the Social Security Act was passed. And then 36 and 37 and 35, it said Social Security Act account number. So why is it, they always ask for your account number, Social Security account number, right? Account number. To who or to what, right? It's to the ens legis. Account number for what? You're the authorized signer on behalf of the ens legis, and the ens legis is the one that has the account number. The Social Security number is not yours. It's the ens legis's, right? Because the ens legis is a person, remember? Anyways, here we go. I wanted to go over one more thing with you guys. A private membership association, right? I'm not even going to show you anything on this. It's super easy. A private membership association is super easy. You just have like little membership fees, and you just put in the contract saying that this is like a totally separate thing. We have our own body of law, and you can call it the Starbucks Code. And people pay $1 of every single transaction goes into membership costs for a lifetime membership, or you could have a monthly membership or a yearly membership, and you just have them sign a little something. It could be even digitally sent to them, texted to them, and they just sign it on digit document, whatever the fuck it is. And it just says you agree that, we're not in these other bodies of law, and we have our own thing going on, and you're paying to become a member of a private organization that's not statutory, and it's not incorporated into any external body of law at all, and it's operated through the nation of the Amnesty Coalition or some other nation or whatever. It's just a contract. I mean, a trust is just a contract. A private membership association is just a contract. These are all just contracts, and you can write them however you want. You can have just one sentence. You agree that $1 of your transaction goes towards a membership in a private membership association of which is not involved in public office or incorporated in any way. I don't know, whatever. That could be your whole trust, your whole contract, your whole PMA. It doesn't need to be anything complicated. You don't need to go and pay some guy on the internet to structure all this for you. They try to make it seem very complicated because they need to sell PMAs. And don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with people sell services. You sell goods, sell services. If you want help and the guy's like upfront with you and clear on the because again, fraud can be through omission or commission. So for me to make it seem like a PMA is extremely complicated in order to sell you my services, as far as I'm concerned, that would be fraud by commission, right? If I were to sell you litigation services and start going after banks, and I made it like super simple, you don't need to do anything, bro, like don't worry, it's all good, that would be fraud by omission, because I should be telling you that you're literally going off to war for 2 years, and you're going to go through the most emotionally difficult yet spiritually enhancing thing you've probably ever done in your entire life, and it's going to be absolute hell, and you're going to grow more than you've ever grown in your entire life in the shortest period ever. That would be perfect. That wouldn't be commission or omission. And if I were to say, oh, if you litigate, you're never going to win, and you're going to lose, and the FBI is going to show up and murder you instantaneously for absolutely no reason, that would be fraud by commission, by telling you too much, way over in the lies section, right? So when people tell you that these things are so complex and they go on and on and on for 400 pages and all this kind of stuff, they may have good intentions, but that would be fraud by omission or fraud by commission. I apologize. Right. This stuff is pretty simple. A Title 8 organization is the easiest of all choices. It's literally instant. I just say we have one, and then boom, we have one. In fact, you don't even need to say you have it, and you have it. I mean, you literally don't do anything. You could be unconscious. You could be in a coma, and you have a Title 8 organization. So that's as easy as it gets. Literally easier than smoking a cigarette. It's as easy as sipping on whiskey. I mean, it's even easier than sipping on whiskey. Sipping on whiskey requires you to, there's all these synapses and all this energy that has to get, the carbon oxygen engine has to create all this energy, and then the synapses have to come down and move this 45 or 60 pound meat object over to this glass, and then it has to lift this glass, and your mind has to go through all this craziness to figure out how much energy and force you have to use to pick this thing up and then lift it all the way over to the, over here. And then you have to open up this thing called a mouth and pour this thing into it and then swallow, and then it goes down and it maybe burns a little. Oh my God, if you really break down how much totally insane things occur on something as simple as just taking a shot of whiskey, my God, it's unbelievable. So if you compare that to a Title 8 organization, which is where I could literally just smash my head through this table and knock myself out, and the next person that comes in here and tries to help me, technically speaking, we have a Title 8 organization and I'm not even conscious. It doesn't get any easier than a Title 8 organization. PMA, simple little contract, simple little thing. If you had like a coffee shop, you could even have like a little computer monitor thing. And when they endorsed the negotiable instrument, which we'll get into later, when they endorse a credit card transaction, you could even have like a little blurb there, and it'll have like like on Square, it'll have like a little $1 charge, and it'll say, and then it'll be a line item, and it'll just say private membership association fee line, and then it'll just say, blah, 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 blah. But you'd probably need a little bit of information from them in order to do that. Maybe get like a little email list, send them some cool stuff, give them something useful. If you're going to create a PMA, it really should be a membership association, right? You can have little pins or, whatever. It'd be, ideally you wouldn't just do it kind of half-assed. You would actually go through and do all the, actually, if you're going to have a PMA, have a PMA kind of a thing. You know what I mean? Have an actual private membership association or organization, right? And then if you're going to have a trust, there has to be a res, there has to be actual asset that's in the trust. And then the grantor writes the laws, and the laws are how the trustee is going to administer the assets for the benefit of the beneficiary. So it's a little bit more complicated, a little bit more structured. Trusts are going to be the easiest thing to interface into governments, banks. PMAs and Title 8 organizations are really easy on the front end. But then on the back end, interfacing it with other organizations and societies and nations and corporations, it might be more difficult. Opening up a bank account might be a little bit more difficult. You go in there and you have like nothing. You have like no documents. You have nothing. Could you write up a certificate of Title 8 organization? That's probably what I would do. That's the direction I'm going to go in testing this to try to see what I can and can't pull off in terms of getting this open. I still think a Title 8 organization is one of the best choices. It's a really cool choice, and it's the easiest thing in the world, and you can do it instantly. So get an EIN and you can start popping, getting a bank account. You might need to go to a dozen banks, dress up nice, be really kind, and make them laugh, and look at the computer and, what's this box? Oh, I'm stuck on this box, and blah, 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 and see if they'll let you kind of navigate through the process together. That's what I would do, So yeah, there you go. I think that's everything I wanted to cover on this. You will get special checks for your trust accounts, and it'll say, cool as a cucumber trust, and then it'll say trustee Brandon Joe Williams. It'll have your name in all caps on there. And you just authorize signature on behalf of the trust, on behalf of the organization. You're doing it already. You've been doing it your whole life. Now at least you know you're doing it, and now you're the one in control as to how that's going to work, and you're the one who decides how that's going to work, how you're going to sign. We're going to get into how to sign later. I know I went into without prejudice. We're going to get into other ways to sign in the next video, number 5. So I'll just save that for that, and we'll just end that here. So, okay, guys. See you later. Article, we're going to put NA here, or you can just kind of make up whatever. A claim of 0%. Tax withholding on what type of income? Everything. All income. As per the revocation, oops, this is cutting me off here, so we'll go down here. As per the revocation of election, certified mail number, and then you're going to put your revocation of election. So if we go to the revocation of election document, let me find it here. Revocation of election to be treated as a resident alien for the purposes of determining your income tax liability. You're going to go down to... I will pause the video if I can't find this super rapidly, but I'm sure I can. And I haven't done any singing for you guys yet. So on the first course, I do a lot of singing. Okay, here it is. The tax treaty between the Amnesty Coalition and the United States is very simple. There will be no taxes removed or paid under any circumstances. This line clarifies any aspect of any W-8BEN that may be submitted by myself or any other ambassador of the Amnesty Coalition. There are no citizens of the Amnesty Coalition, only ambassadors, right? So that's where the information is coming from for this. So if you want to type in the certified mail number of when you sent in that revocation of election, you could do it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. I believe it's 4. I believe it's 12 digits, right? If you want to do it, I'm just making this up. I don't fill out any of these things anymore. Everyone knows that you don't make Brandon fill these things out or he'll sue you. So it's very simple, right? As per the revocation of election, certified mail, blah, 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 tax treaty in that document is clear that a 0% tax rate will be administered. I don't know. That's fine to me. I certify that I have the capacity to sign for the person identified. Again, authorized signature. See? Signature of beneficial owner or individual authorized to sign for beneficial owner. So they're tricking you. Everything's a trick, right? And you can read all this, right? Income not effectively connected with the conduct of a trade or business in the United States. Ding, 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 ding. Let me remind you, dear viewer, that the definition of the term, now it's a term. It's not two different words, trade or business. It's a single term, trade or business. 26 U.S.C. 7701 subsection A26 includes the performance of the functions of a public office. So what are they asking you here? Income not effectively connected with the conduct of public office inside of the corporation called the United States, which is located in the District of Columbia. Right? So you can check this box right here, right? Now, when you sign, oh my God, what is this? When you sign this, right? Now, I taught you one way to sign, which is without prejudice, which means like I retain all of my rights, I do this, I do that. Now, there's another way you can sign called without recourse, which we're going to get into a lot more. It's more of a financial thing. We're going to get into it more later, right? So without recourse, when it comes to the one party cannot obtain adequate relief, even if there's a lawsuit, right? So it's like you can't sue me, bro. Once you take this, you can't sue me for any sort of non-performance. It's basically like the ultimate insurance policy to write without recourse. It means like no matter what I do involving this, like there's never ever anything you can do to me or fuck with me or do anything with me ever, right? So without prejudice is I retain all of my rights. Without recourse is you can never sue me, and I may or may not ever perform on any of this. Performance without recourse can be used for a performance contract, and it can also be used for a financial contract, right? Which we're going to get into the financial stuff way later. I don't want to get into that now. I really don't. It's a lot. It's not that bad, but it's going to be a whole section of the course, okay? So if you want to be extra careful when it comes to anything with the IRS that could be contracting you into any sort of financial or performance-based contract, you can write on here without prejudice, and you can write on here without recourse. And then you would put BY colon. I don't even know if you can sign as password, text for signing, reason, create. What is this? I'm trying to see what this is. I don't know what this is. I don't use, Let me just take a quick peek at this. I don't know what this is, so I'm just going to cancel this out. But without prejudice, without recourse, you put both of those terms in here. By, colon, Brandon Joe Williams, comma, man. That's how I would do it, right? Because the man is not a U.S. person, is not connected with the conduct of a trade or business in the United States, is not involving income effectively connected with the conduct of a trade or business in the United States that's subject under applicable income tax treaty. It's not this, it's not this, it's not this, it's not any of these things. And you're certifying under penalty of perjury that you declare that and have examined the information on this form, and to the best of your knowledge and belief, it is true, correct, and complete, right? And then you would put the date, and then print name of signer. You would put Brandon Joe Williams, man. And let me just check and see. This might be a bit low on the video. My head might be in the way on this one. I do apologize. It's Brandon space Joe space Williams, comma, man. Man is just all lowercase, and then B and Brandon is capitalized, J and Joe is capitalized, and W and Williams is capitalized. And again, without recourse and without prejudice would both be in here. And then by, B-Y, colon, and then you would sign, not block letters, but like sometimes they freak out. Like the Department of State freaks out if you just put block letters for the signature in the DS-11. I don't know why. Technically, the word signature means any symbol or anything. It could even be like a slash. It could be anything, right? We can even cover that now. What is the legal definition of a signature, right? And they have a definition in the Uniform Commercial Code, right? It could be a mark, such as initials, a stamp, a printed name. A full legal signature includes a person's first and last name written consistently and recognized. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's here's Black's Law from the Ghost website that's been killed because of probably us. The act of writing one's name upon a deed, note, contract, or other instrument, either to identify or authenticate it or to give validity as to one's own act. A signature could be anything, man. I'm telling you. Signature, here we go. UCC 3, which we're going to get into later in the course. Please don't get overwhelmed by this. Let me see. A signature may be made manually or by means of a device or machine, and the use of any name, including a trade or assumed name, or by a word, mark, or symbol, executed or adopted by the person with present intention to authenticate a writing. See, this is why I love the Uniform Commercial Code. You guys are going to see later on in the course, I get into this in great detail. The code is very complicated, very in-depth, and very specific. But boy, when you start to really get into the definitions and the ideas as to why it's so crazy and specific like that, you won't be using anything else, brother. Let me tell you, the UCC is my favorite. By far my favorite. I love it. I am a sexual madman when it comes to the Uniform Commercial Code. I love it. Love it. I am a big fan. I don't think the Uniform Commercial Code is actually law. I think it's actually art, which I know is probably the most batshit thing anyone's ever said, which I say a lot of batshit things, but I'm telling you, the UCC is just, I love it so much, bro. Anyways, we'll cover that later in the course, okay? So getting back into this, that's how you'd sign this, okay? And if you wanted to put the ens legis here, then you can naturalize the ens legis wherever you want. You can naturalize it to Pickletaria, whatever you want. And then the date of birth of the ens legis would be the date that it was processed by the local health officer, which is for me February 14th, 1986. And then if you were going to use the ens legis, then you would put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You would put in the Social Security number. The problem is if you do that, your employer will take Social Security out of your paycheck, which is totally unnecessary. There's no reason to do that. So if you put your own name and your own birthday, then you don't have to worry about 1980. I love using the numpad. I'm so happy I changed out the... So annoying. And then, again, this is just me writing stuff and doing stuff, and you can do it however you want, and templates are all, you could cross all this shit out, and you could draw a giant dick right here, splooging all over like a titty here. You could do, I'm telling you, bro, you could do anything you want, bro. I'm telling you. That's why they're digitizing everything, because they want you to think as though you can't. It's all an illusion. Okay, let's move on to, note, do not use the W4T form. I'm going to say that over and over again in this video. Do not use the W4T. It's not going to get you in trouble per se, but it's not going to get you results. It's pointless and worthless. Do not use the W4T. Okay, let's move on to the next section here. We're going to do the W8EXP. So if you were to hire or work with or contract with Cool as a Cucumber Ministry Trust, which is found in country of incorporation or organization. Well, incorporation wouldn't fit for this, but organization would. So that's okay. We'll put nation of the Amnesty Coalition. No problem. Type of entity, right? So I don't know if I went over it in the first course or in the first, I think I did the first few videos. We have the definition of a foreign government, 18 U.S.C. 11. Includes any government, faction, or body of insurgents within a country with which the United States is at peace, irrespective of recognition by the United States. And then we also have 18 U.S.C. 112, which is protection of foreign officials, official guests, and internationally protected persons. Talking about nationals and diplomatic immunity. And for the purpose of this section, foreign government, foreign official, internationally protected person, international organization, national of the United States, and official guest shall have the same meaning as those provided in section 1116B. And we click on 1116B and we have this other section. And foreign government means the government of another country, irrespective of recognition by the United States. We have a chief of state or political equivalent, president, vice president, prime minister, ambassador, foreign minister, or other officer of a foreign government is a foreign official. So I would be a foreign official most of the time with all of my interactions, right? Internationally protected person means a chief of state or the political equivalent, head of government, or foreign minister. So I would be an internationally protected person as well. I think a lot of this is just based on peace, international organization, right? Based on this other thing, and we can get into that. Official guest means a citizen or national of a foreign country present in the United States as an official guest, so you could use that one. And then we have national of the United States, which is the same meaning as we saw before. 8 U.S.C. 1101 subsection A22, which is A, a citizen of the United States, or B, a person who, though not a citizen of the United States, owes permanent allegiance to the United States, which, bingo, I got it memorized, right? So these are the terms that they are using on the W8EXP form, right? Foreign government, international organization. So we can use any of these. We can use foreign tax exempt organization, as far as I know. I don't know of any special definition on that. Foreign private foundation would be okay. Foreign government would be okay for me. International organization would be okay for me. Foreign central bank of issue, that one would not work. Government of a U.S. territory. U.S. territory is defined as Guam, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, American Samoa. No, that one would not work for me. And then I don't know what the fuck this is. So I would just probably do foreign governments or international organization. I don't know. Foreign government's fine. You know, whatever. International organization's fine. You know, look into these more and find out which one. But you got like 4 different ones to choose from. Foreign tax exempt organization. That one sounds pretty good. Chapter 4 status, FATCA status. I don't know. International organization sounds good. I'd probably just click that one. I mean, I don't think any of these other ones look too appealing. Or foreign government. That one looks pretty appealing. But international organization. Let's go back to this and just take a look at what international organization means. Oh, geez. It means a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. I would look into that more. I'm not going to do that now on the show with you guys on this video. But, you know, it'd be either foreign government or international organization, you know, and then permanent address. Okay, here we go. 123 Purple Monkey Lane. Just so you guys know, the whole 123 Purple Monkey Lane thing, that came from the first course. I just literally just made that up. I didn't even, it just kind of came to me while we were doing the videos. And it just kind of, that's, you know, just kind of stuck. I don't know. I mean, same thing with pickles and cucumbers and, you know, fuck you. And if you don't understand, go jam a pickle or a cucumber up your ass, you stupid fuck, and blah, blah, blah. That all just came out of just whatever. I was just doing the video and thought of stuff, and that's, you know, boom. So, you know, it just is what it is. 1962, that's going to be Glendale, California, 91209. Country is the glorious, I'm being a bit silly now, U.S. of A. I love the United States, by the way. You guys, I don't know if maybe some of you who are new to this may not believe. They may believe as though I am going against the system and destroying the system and tearing the system down, and I'm the ultimate anarchist, when in fact I have a deep appreciation for the United States, as well as the United States of America, both countries. I am a big fan. I'm a big fan, man. Here I am. I'm living in Southern California. I got bitches everywhere and beautiful girls and motorcycles and mountains, and I don't, go to Somalia. The Sultan of Suljamistan. You go to Somalia. You walk down the street as a white man with decent shit. You'll be killed, murdered, kidnapped, sold off, international markets, harvested for your organs. 15 minutes. You need an armed guard just to go down the street. And people are here in America going, fuck the government, fuck the IRS, and fuck all this, and burn everything to the ground, and blah, blah, blah. No. That's not where I'm at all. When I say I'm at peace and I say I'm a peaceful person in a peaceful nation, I'm not kidding, bro. I'm thrilled. Some things need to be corrected, and I work for free. I work for free. I'm a volunteer helper. I'm a foreign volunteer helper to help and assist the United States to correct areas of this thing, this corporation, that happens to be operating as completely rogue agencies and is damaging and harming and putting the future of the United States at risk of the populace within North America actively attacking, destroying, and burning the United States. In fact, I'm the guy who wants to protect Washington, D.C. from being burned to the ground. There's a lot of upset, man, going on right now. A lot of people would love to nothing more than just to burn Washington, D.C. to the ground, and I just don't. I don't want to do that. I don't think that's necessary. I think a lot of this stuff and these forms are all very clear, and it's just a matter of us gaining control over our contractual world, redefining our own ideas of value and consideration, and being clear and communicating with a very clear, concise, unemotional intent. And I just really, I'm not playing games. I'm not just trying to act as though I'm a peaceful guy, blah, 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 and then like secretly I want to burn down that, no. If I was living in some country where there was no United States Code and there was no CFR and there was none of these things, and I couldn't get any information and I had no idea, and it was all a smokescreen and it was all a fuck you, and the forms didn't make any sense, and there was no forms, and they would just come to your home if you didn't pay. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of additional levels above and beyond the quote unquote tyranny that we're experiencing in the United States. I don't consider this tyranny at all. I mean, it's brilliant tyranny. It's psychological tyranny, but the real honest to God tyranny, we are not in an honest to God tyranny. In fact, I don't even like the idea of leaving the United States, passport or not. I don't like the idea of leaving. I'm very comfortable here. My allegiance is to the United States and the United States of America in exchange for the protections that I receive as per the allegiance definition. I think people need to reevaluate what they have and go to Somalia. Go to Somalia for a week. You'll be kissing the fucking ground. You'll be jerking off to a sign that says State of California Franchise Tax Board. You'll be beaten off to it. Trust me. Anyways, that's my first time kind of going off on a little bit of a rant on this second course. I'm trying not to go there too much. So thank you for listening. So part 2 of the W8BEN, we have foreign government. It's going into this long whatever bullshit about whatever. I don't know. What do we have here? Foreign tax exempt private foundations. Let's see. Well, this one's cool. If you do foreign tax exempt organization, there is no checkbox for that one. That's kind of fun. Foreign government, I certify that the entity identified in part 1 as a foreign government within the meaning of blah, 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 blah. We would need to IRS section, I don't know, bro. IRS section 892. Let's see. IRS section 892. You guys get overwhelmed by this? For me, I get excited. It's a treasure hunt. Treasure hunt. You're going to put in a tiny bit of work here. You and I are going to go on a little bit of a treasure hunt. And then boom, you're tax exempt forever. I mean, as long as you're positive you're sending this in and you feel good and you feel like you're not committing any sort of perjury or anything, you only need to do this once, twice, a few times. I mean, unless you're dealing with 100,000 different vendors, you put in an hour to go through these and see what it says. And then, I mean, I don't see it as a big deal at all. I mean, but whatever. Only a foreign government or international organization as defined, blah, excludes from gross income and exempts from U.S. taxation income a foreign government receives from investments in the United States in stocks, bonds, and other domestic securities. Financial instruments held in the... Okay, good. Okay. This is fascinating because a Federal Reserve note, and I'm not going to get into this now, so let me just rethink about how I want to say this. A security is essentially called a negotiable instrument. We're going to get into that later. A Federal Reserve note is an unconditional promise to pay between two parties. One party is United States, which is a person. The other party is Federal Reserve, which is a person. So technically speaking, Federal Reserve notes would be covered under the definition of domestic securities. And don't overthink that sentence I just said, please. We're going to get into all that later. Don't let what I just said derail you too much. Just, to me, just doing a quick review, that sounds okay for this. Let me just double check and see. We didn't check that box, so I'm actually going to move that box over. That sounds okay to me. That's a choice you're going to need to make. I am the government. So for me, that makes sense. But for you, maybe I would just check that box, and then I would go down, and I wouldn't even check anything. I would just uncheck this and then just let number 13 ride. Foreign tax exempt organization. Foreign tax exempt. I might just let 13 ride and do foreign tax exempt organization for you guys. I don't know. This is complex for a reason, guys. Now, come on now. They don't want you to do this. And then part 3, qualification statement. Let's see here. What do we got? For a territorial financial institution, for a foreign government, including blah, 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 I certify that it's the beneficial owner of the payment and not engaged in commercial financial activities of a type engaged in by a insurance company, custodial institution, or depository institution in relation to. I mean, that sounds pretty good. I mean, I'd probably like looking at it a little bit more, but that one sounds pretty good. That one sounds pretty good. I'd look into this more. I mean, I really don't give a fuck. I'll do whatever, right? And then we have, I agree, blah, blah. I certify that I have the capacity to sign for the entity. Ooh, they used the word entity this time. So what's the entity? Cool, it's Cucumber Ministry Trust. Okay. And then I would do the same thing here, without prejudice, and then also without recourse, and then by BY colon. I wish I could figure out a way to show you guys what it would actually look like. Let me pause the video on this one. I'm actually going to show you guys this one. Let's pause the video. Okay, welcome back. I'm going to show this to you because I just feel like I think it'd be better just to show you. I'm trying to make this. So that line that we have on there, where did that line go? That line's over here. Sign here. It's kind of long. It's a little bit fatter than the other one. So how would I do this? I'd probably, let's see. I'd probably do it like this. I would do without recourse, and then tab, and then I would do without prejudice. Maybe even like a couple tabs like this. Let's say it's like that wide. Let's say it ends like right here-ish. Let me just go back to this. Yeah, it's kind of a fat boy, right? So 2 up top like this, and then below that it would be by Brandon Joe Williams agent, and then for cool as a Cucumber Ministry Trust. I would do it probably like that. I mean, again, there's so many different ways you can do it, guys. I'm not telling you how to do it. You guys get so crazy with this shit and Brandon this and that. You need fluidity, man. You need fluidity. If you don't have fluidity, you're never going to be able to survive in this world. So if you're stuck up on it and you're fucking going crazy and all this, just do whatever. Just move forward and just start to gain more and more and more of a fluidity on this. If you don't have a fluidity, what are you going to do when you're in the courtroom and they ask you questions? You're the agent on behalf of this person. It's not a person within its own conversation, its own contract, but it's a person internationally with other nations like the United States. Right? That's how I would sign this. Print name. I would put Brandon Joe Williams agent, and then the date. Okay? Without prejudice is rough because they're going to have to prove a lot of shit. Without recourse means you can never sue me on this. Ever. The IRS is like, you didn't pay taxes and you signed this document, blah, blah, like, whoa, buddy, whoa. I signed that without recourse. You can't sue me. You can't do anything. It's actually glorious. Without recourse is glory. It's a glory hole. It's a mobile glory hole, let me tell you. Okay? So anyways, I think that's the end of the EXP. Let me just check here. If you want to get into all this, I mean, again, it's a lot to learn. Yeah, you might spend 6 hours going through this and looking up everything. But bro, by the end, no entity that you ever make for the rest of your life is going to pay taxes. I mean, if that's not worth 5 or 6 hours of your time, why are you here? That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay? Okay. Let's get into the next part of this. So we got a lot of people who have jobs who submit WABEs. We got people losing their jobs. We got nightmare situations left, right, and center. So let's say you submit a WABEN and an I-9. Well, actually, let's go through the I-9 first then, because you got to submit an I-9 with your W8BEN. You got to submit an I-9 no matter what you do. You should always submit an I-9. I didn't do this in the first course because I didn't understand. So let's fill out an I-9 for the same entity that's not the ens legis. Okay. 123 Purple Monkey Lane, and that's going to be city or town Pickle Taria. It's not letting me do much here. Let's see if we can. Okay, I would do 5 zeros here. Date of birth is going to be my actual human date of birth. 123, 123, 123, 4 or whatever for that. Slave.com. Come on now. Okay. This is by the way, this is a phone line for appointments only. So if you are under the delusion that you can just randomly annoy the fuck out of me, don't. I will probably block your number. If I block your number, you can never call or text ever again. So don't do that. I have to protect my personal time. I spend 2 hours on average just answering horse shit. Again, I'm going to do a little quick here. Let's do a little intermission. So like the first video said, please, comments are going to be on YouTube. I need to protect my personal time. I have a lot going on. The next project I'm probably going to start working on is we're going to start creating our own passport books and passport cards for the nation of the Amnesty Coalition. They're going to be so fucking badass. I want to get holograms. I want to do it all. I want it to be completely usable for international travel. I want it to be completely usable for identification purposes, for traveling purposes, for everything. I want to become part of the UN, possibly. We're going to have talks about that. I know a lot of you think the UN is the most evil thing in the world. Maybe it is. But I want to at least go down that path in more detail and kind of see what we have and what options we have. So there's a lot of projects and a lot of things that I want to do. And you guys sending me fucking dumbass piece of shit fucking messages of shit I've already fucking covered a million times into my email box it's just getting to be too much, bro. 2 hours. When I release this course, it's going to be 4 hours if I don't do something about it. And then it's going to be 6 hours a day. I'm not doing it, bro. I'll shut my goddamn email off if I have to. So please respect that, and please follow the rules. You need to go through all the comments, and you need to check and see if your question's already been answered. And if it has, you can continue the conversation right there, boom, on that same thread. If it hasn't been asked, put a new comment. And I will be focusing more on and be right now. I just kind of randomly answer anybody anywhere. After this is released 2.0, I'm going to put a lot, like 80% chance that if it's on YouTube, I'll interact with it. And basically like a 1% chance if it's anywhere else, I'm going to do anything with it at all whatsoever. So doing that on purpose to protect my time and to continue to be able to release this information for you guys and give away the information for free and kind of do what we're doing and blah, 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 right? Now, if you're going to fill it out like this, you're going to check box 2, a non-citizen national of the United States, right? And then you're going to put your passport number, I guess. I don't know. Oh, if you check item number 4. Okay. So skip that. Signature of employee. Oh, cool. You can type in here without prejudice, without recourse, by. Now in law, \S means signature, right? The problem is they're probably going to want you to sign by hand, right? So I will type in here what you're going to write by hand. You can do something like this. Boom. Oh, that just gave me a little bit of a chubby, guys. Oh, Lord. That just gave me a bit of a chubby. That is perfect. Delish. Okay. Now, by hand, you wouldn't write this \S \S. \S means a legal signature on a digital document, basically, right? You would actually handwrite just this part here. And you would write this part here, like this, right? That's fucking insane. Document, this is going to be for the employer, I think. If you look at the list of acceptable documents, right? The documents have to have an expiration and has to be unexpired, right? Now, if you look here, you have to prove 2 things in order to work for like corporate and other horseshit. You work for me, you're never going to fill out any of this because I'm not in the United States. But This whole course is to help you live a normal life. I'm trying to help you live a normal life. You don't need to live in a cave in Arkansas, okay? Bro, I live like normal as fuck. I do every goddamn thing that a corporate American does. Everything. I have access to everything. I can go and get disability. I can go and get food stamps right now. I can go and get, I could be on $6,000 a month in free shit from the government if I wanted to. I don't do that because it's just not honorable, and I sure as fuck don't need it, and I feel like it would fuck with my mojo, my head a little bit. It's a very like, mindset. It's a very like, but whatever. If you feel like fuck it, I've been paying into the system forever, and I should get disability and food stamps and all that, go for it. I don't. It's a personal. Again, your contracts are defined by value and consideration. If you feel as though you've put a lot in and you deserve the value and consideration of having these things back to you or whatever, I'm not going to judge you on that. Truly, especially if you are going to be giving something valuable into the society and delivering something of value into the society. And if you turn around and share this information or teach it kind of in your own way, that's very, very valuable. I'm not here to judge you. Trust me. Judgment, just by the way, on a little side note, I mean, just, when you sit around and judge people, it's like it requires a lot of energy. And like people sit around and they judge and they judge and they judge and they think they're so fucking cool and egotistical and like, yeah, check me out, I got a big dick, I judge people, blah, blah. But like, bro, that shit's exhausting and like dumb. Like we don't have, the whole society is crumbling and burning at our feet. Like we don't have time to do that. I don't see that as being, anyways, I just think that's ridiculous. So anyways, let's get back into this. I'm not here to judge you. Do whatever you want. Point number 1 of list A is a U.S. passport or U.S. passport card. That's all you need. You need nothing else. That's good for 10 years. You don't need anything else, bro. You get your passport, you are solid, right? So if they put in here list A, U.S. passport, and you could type that in for them. It looks like this is more or less their section, but you could type it in. And then, yeah, authorized representative. So they have to type this in. So you can give them a U.S. passport. What's the exact terminology? U.S. passport or U.S. passport card, or you can give them the U.S. passport card. Boom. You are done. You are done. It's that simple. I would fill that out for them. Give them a photo of your U.S. passport or your U.S. passport card. When they say U.S. passport, what they're saying is U.S. passport book. Okay. When they say U.S. passport card, they're saying the card. So book, card. Card is card. Book doesn't have the word book in it. Okay. So today's date, write that in. This is the I-9. This looks like it's for other bullshit we don't need. Okay, good. So there's your I-9. Okay. Now, let's say you're having trouble with the WBEN. They're going to fire you. Everything's going to shit. You can do what's called a W-4 exempt. Okay, we're going to go down to the instructions. Let me see if I can. This is a bit, let me just see here. Exempt. Can we look that up? Oh, hello. Exemption from withholding. Blah, 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 blah. I've had people tell me, oh, well, I can because of this and I can't because of this. If it were me, I'm not telling you what to do. I don't give a fuck about any of this. To claim exemption from withholding, certify you meet both conditions above by writing exempt on Form W-4 in the space below 4C. Then complete A1, 1A, 1B, and 5. It also says here, that was kind of interesting. You will need to submit a new W-4. So every year you need to submit another one of these, I guess. That's what I'm seeing here, right? I'm a little bit lackadaisical when it comes to this. I would just write, here's 4C. Bro, I would write the biggest goddamn exempt fucking word. Now, you got to think to yourself, if you don't read the instructions, you would never know this. This is a secret hack, bro. This is A, B, A, C, A, B, B, up, down, left, right, Mortal Kombat blood code, brother, from 1993, 1992. Because the thing is that there's nothing here. You would never know to write exempt here unless you read the instructions. Exempt. I'd write that goddamn thing in fucking different colors for every goddamn letter. Rainbow, it'd be gay pride, it'd be June all year round for me. I'd be the happiest goddamn sucking dick all day long. I'd be riding that. I'd be playing that dick like a fucking flute, bro. Exempt. I'd be all the way across here. Exempt, brother. Step into a Slim Jim. Exempt, brother. Up here, first name, middle initial, Brandon. J. I don't like middle initial, but they're being specific. All right. I'm not a big fan of that. Social security number. That would be NA there, brother. Address. 123 Purple Monkey Lane. I don't know. Fuck it. I would just do this and kind of just see what happens. Pickletaria, brother. The nation of the Amnesty Coalition. Single. Proudly single. Sub ladies. Hit me up. Real quick, for all the ladies that are here who just saw me click single, if you go to www.myfaceisachair.com, it goes straight to your boy's website. Bada bing, bada boom. Here's my bio page. So, myfaceisachair.com. You know what I'm saying? So, okay, so scrolling down, we got a W4 here. We got a W4. We're going to go exempt. Now, the problem with the W4 exempt is you can't really do it online. You got to print this bad boy off. You got to write with a pen or a crayon right here, right? Below 4C. Let's take a look again. What do we got? Did I miss it? Exemption from withholding. Writing exempt below step 4C. Yeah, you have to physically write the goddamn thing in, bro. It's hack. Dude, this is blood code Mortal Kombat 1 for all my 37 plus people, 35-year-old plus people, or 30 or 40 plus year old people. I don't know. I was probably playing Mortal Kombat way up to young of an age. I was playing Mortal Kombat at like 6 or 7 years old. I probably shouldn't have been, right? Probably sneaking behind my mom's back. Like, I'm gonna rip this fucking cocksucker's head off, Sub-Zero style. You know what I'm saying? So what we got here? Multiply this by 2,000, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I just put zeros in a lot of these. Step 4, optional. Claim dependence. I don't know. Go through this and fill this out. I'm not going to go through. This is like painful for me to go through. It's painful for you to go through, but just put, I don't know, 0. I don't know. Now I'm just kind of doing this just to let you know. I would definitely recommend that you look into this a little bit more. But I'm just kind of doing this real quick here. You got to write exempt here, bro, underneath 4C in big fucking monster letters, dude. You got to circle that shit or whatever, right? Under penalties of perjury, I certify that. And then, bro, like the way I look at this is this. Look, I could write anything in here, bro. I could write $4 million, fuck you. I could write $300 million here, fuck you. I could do anything. If I sign this, without recourse, without prejudice. Now for this one, I would do it like this. Like that, right? Now the way I look at it is this. If I sign without recourse and I sign without prejudice and I sign as the man, you can't sue me. Without recourse means you can't sue me. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, whatever, fuck it. Click here, click there, whatever. Like, I don't care. And I know, like, most people who are going to be watching this are going to be, like, freaking out, sweating, dying because they're, like, so nervous about what they're typing here, blah, blah. You should go through all this and read all this. I don't do it because I've got an all caps trademark. I've got a court order stating that you can't write my name in all capital letters. I went to the Social Security Administration and beat the shit out of them for like a month and a half to make them change my whole account from U.S. citizen to other, which is normally for refugees and asylees. I've done so much shit, bro. So much shit. Plus, I want to sign without recourse and without prejudice. Bro, you ain't going to fucking touch me with all the money and all the force in the world, bro. You ain't touching me. Unless there's some actual victim and the victim presses charges, which that's not what this is. You ain't never gonna see me. I ain't never going nowhere. So for me, I get a little bit lackadaisical. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that you really should go through this and kind of understand this and all that, and take your time and see what this is. And do I need to type this in and listen to that? And then I certify under penalty of perjury. Blah blah blah. This is where you're gonna do this without recourse, without prejudice. By : and if you want to be even more tricky, you can go like this. You can go Williams, Brandon, Joe, comma, man. That's even better because it separates out the spelling of the word, of the letters between you and the ens legis, right? That's pretty nice. Pretty nice, right? Employers only. You got to put a date. And then you got employers only. That's for them. That's it. Now, I want to tell you guys about something I was thinking about the other day. And I understand there's a lot of people who they do the W8, BEN, they do the I9. Oh, again, do not use the W4T. I'm going to come back to me. Do not use the W4T. 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 There we go. I need to do that. That's good. That's good. And then what do we have here? We have okay. Now let's let Brandon go to the next level, which is like a level that no one's ever seen before. Okay, fine. So let's say that you've done the W8BEN and the I9. Everyone went ape shit. You did the W4T, not the W4T. You did the W4 exempt, and everyone still went ape shit, which is actually pretty rare. Almost everybody. I mean, the W8BEN. Let's come back to me. I want to do a full screen on this. This is important. So 2 years, thousands of situations, right? The W8BEN is a pretty hit or miss. I would say like 45% of the time you can get a W8BEN done. Now, I'll tell you what. If I got a W8BEN done, I would be buying my employer dinner, bro. For real. For real, for real. Like, that's like, I'd have my
I've thought about going back to sleep, but I got too many things going through my head.
I mean, shit, dude. If you need it, you need it. Like, sleep isn't one of those things you can just, like, literally catch up on, like, backstop and reserve it. But, like, if you have time for it, like, a day out during the week, like, sure. Your body's asking for rest. Listen to it.
Yeah.
Everyone in my family is like, one by one, them getting sick. It was me on Thanksgiving. It was my dad the week after. My brother during, like, Ryan before Christmas. My brother after that Christmas party. I've been good since then.
And now the loop starts again.
So I was like, maybe you pick something up during that party, you know, and slowly, like, you know, chipping away at you.
Yeah. I've been really active because I've had so much energy, but the rebound is quite painful. Like on Christmas Day, I went outside and I was sweeping a bunch of dirt off of the lawn back into a hole that Holly had dug, and like 2 days later, I was like, why do I hurt so bad? What's wrong? And like it took me another day to realize that like just sweeping in the back made my body hurt. Like it didn't hurt while I was doing it. Everything was fine. I didn't get wild or nothing. But like
yeah, you probably just activated some muscles that haven't been used in a long time on your way, you know?
yeah, I'm just not used to doing anything because I've been stuck not doing anything.
Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you about it later. But yeah, I did some movements I hadn't done for a while, and I'm like, oh, I'm sore in this random spot. It felt like my appendix, and I was like, should I be worried about appendicitis? And I stretched, and I was like, oh, this feels really good. Never mind. I just need to do some deep lunges, basically.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, I haven't worked that muscle out in a while.
The wiener muscle? Me either.
No, it's like that like hip flexor where you like flex it back behind. You know what I mean? Like it's literally like the lunge where
Yeah.
your leg goes behind you. And I'm like, oh, I guess I don't do that in my normal activity that much. But anyway, yeah, I thought I had appendicitis for one quick like hour. I ordered a pizza over at Valentino's. I don't know. I don't usually do well with pizza, but I'm gonna go pick that up in like 15, actually probably like 10 minutes at this point. And I'm just gonna throw a movie on at the house. Maybe some Spielberg. Maybe some I don't know. Maybe some something good. Maybe some Die Hard.
All right. Let me bring some rum over.
Nice. Yeah, I have most of the bottle of this. But yeah, come over with some rum. That'll be dope. I'll have the pizza. We'll be back in like 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. It might take me that long to get over there.
Yeah, do your thing, man. No rush. I'll be here.
Okay.
Alright, man. Well, shit. I'll see you.
I'll see you soon. Bye.
Alright. Peace.
I could come by tomorrow and take a look to see if I could clear out some of your inventory.
Okay, yeah, I would really like to. I would really like to. I don't know if the wine will still be good then or not. Uh, I put, plugs of some sort in them, but it's ridiculous. Do you know I have a bottle of, what do you call that stuff? Cabernet.
Uh-huh.
That I even spend more than I normally spend on wine, and I think one glass was taken out of it, and I have the Pinot Grigio. I opened, and it was one that had a sealed cap, but it was all of these that I picked were the top picks over there at Total Wines,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought people would drink them, and not much was drunk, and stuff. And so like the Pinot Grigio, I took the lid off, and nobody drank a sip of it, and the White Zinfandel is one of those great big bottles, the really tall one
Okay.
and stuff. And I drank some of that, but there's still like 2/3 of it, which is probably about a bottle and a half or something, regular bottle size. And I mean, it's just crazy how much stuff and people, there were fewer people than I thought. There were 7 rather than 10.
Oh yeah, that would.
And so that affected the wine, but it also affected the food, and stuff. And if I have all those, the crackers and pretzels and everything here, I will eat them, and I don't want to eat them.
I feel yeah.
Yeah. So, well, okay. Did you have a good New Year's?
I just stayed at home.
Uh-huh. Did you hear all the fireworks at midnight?
It was crazy.
Yeah, it really was. And stuff. So.
It would have been nice to stand on a mountainside and watch it happen.
Oh, and just see. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It wasn't as noisy as it normally is at New Year's, I didn't think. But anyhow, I have all this stuff for you if you're interested.
Yeah. I'm always willing to take a look, and wine doesn't usually.
I don't feel like you have to take it, but if you're interested, I really do need to get them out of here because I don't want to eat it. And milk, I don't. This is whole milk.
The best kind.
Huh?
The best kind.
Well, but I only needed 3 teaspoons.
Oh my goodness.
I know, and I got a quart, and is a quart the smaller one? Yeah, that's a quart. So I got a quart and used 3 teaspoons and stuff, and so and then I mean, someone got into every one of them, but I don't know if you like dips. I have like 4 different kinds of dips and hummus and stuff like that, and I just had so much.
It sounds like you got a few leftovers.
I do. You sure you don't want to have some for dinner?
I'm actually heading over to my friends right now, or else I would have said I would come
What, do you
over.
want some for dinner?
He just invited me for pizza and drinks.
Oh, okay. Okay, well that sounds like more fun anyway.
But even keep the wine. I don't mind leaving wine out for a few days after it's been open to drink myself. I always mix it with juice anyways.
Oh, okay. Well, someone brought this soft drink like thing that was uh, red orange, a red orange drink, and it was absolutely delicious. And I was surprised at how many people drank that. Didn't drink any alcohol at all. So I guess they're old.
I only made 2 drinks the whole night, so.
Oh, I had 2 glasses of wine. That was my limit. So okay, well I hope to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. I'll put it in my phone right now after we get off, so I don't
Please
forget.
do.
too.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeanette. Bye.
You're welcome. Bye.
Put a reminder in my calendar to see Jeanette tomorrow at 6:15.
Your reminder saved.
savings. So they got A through C. Yeah. An apology. But Andrew.
Happy New Year to me. telling you it's
They're
not
just
the beginning.
full of shit. They
But-
don't know.
Well, of course not. They have no exact knowledge of any of that. But they can tell if it's beginning or if it looks really bad. Pretty much got to take everything they tell you with a big grain of salt because they don't really know.
They're not really interested in
Not anymore.
different
In figuring
forms of
out
treatment.
They're not.
Stop pushing yourself on me. Why don't you do that when I'm just here normally?
Yeah.
Huh? You do that when I'm here normally.
Dang it.
You don't know where that song came from? I'm gonna stand over here too.
Yeah. It's smell good over there, Dad. Although I somehow think he probably likes it. Not doesn't like it. Stinkier the better. Got rid of a lot of the thick head snot.
Oh, good.
Have some oregano tea after this. I think that really helped.
Like, just put oregano in a pot and effervesce the area. Because this morning I was moving some stuff too, and I was like, "What the heck's going on?" And now that you say something, like,
I wonder if it had to do with the fire, not the oregano. Or do you think the oregano? You got the oregano in the air.
well, I was gonna say maybe breathing the oregano. I forgot about the fire too. That would move some stuff though.
I think so. Whatever it was, I'm glad. I'm doing the oregano again.
Messages. Didn't I turn you off? Like having going at it.
Hey, it's New Year's Day. If
Gonna
there's a
say,
day you can, it's this one.
today.
Danke.
Yeah, I'll be back here in a little while.
Alrighty. Have fun. Let's see what the world looks like on the first day of the year.
Yeah, it's dark.
Yeah, it's fine. Probably a better look.
Better that way.
Yeah. That's funny.
Funny.
Yeah. I don't think it's funny.
Now it's not funny, it's dangerous.
It's scary.
Okay, I'll be back.
Alright.
I'll be back as soon as I learn to play the piano.
I'll do it.
TV looking for something to watch, I saw that he opened Netflix and it said that there was a new season of Squid Games, and I was like, oh, so like I was confused and I was telling him about what was going on, how I was showing you the episodes and how it said there are two seasons. I was like, what? And he's like, oh yeah, it dropped like yesterday or the day before. Like, oh wow, and like so we just kind of watched the trailer and like the winner decides to go back in, but the only reason he goes back in is to dismantle the game completely. It's impossible. What you're trying to do is get rid of rich people. Like like the whole reason that it exists is because rich people are too rich and they just don't care about human life and they'll pay to watch you kill yourselves. So you never get rid of that problem. But that's what the second season is supposed to be about. Them doing is taking it down from the inside.
Well, that's good, but I'm sure there's still a lot to say.
That's all. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yallah, habibi.
Get some more clothes on. Is it like last night outside, or is it colder?
Well, when I walked out there earlier, it wasn't that bad. This was enough for me.
Okay.
And it's not warm in Andrew's house.
Yeah.
He wears a jacket and long pants and shoes.
Okay.
Why do you keep on biting me? I didn't go over there to just play with the dogs. I promise. Yes, I do smell like other dogs, but it's not because I went to play with them. I went to go see Andrew. You know how he comes over and smells like dogs? It's because they're over there. Yeah. Yeah, I went to go see Andrew, not the dogs. Not the dogs. I didn't go to see the doggies. I didn't go to see them. I went to go see the Andrew. Yeah, I went to see the Andrew. Okay. Okay. Uh, I went to go get some from my truck and I ended up doing this next to the truck at first, and like my leg didn't stop me. Like I wasn't going fast, but I was doing high knees and real quick, and I was like, huh.
Look at what I can do.
All right, I gotta keep on doing this. This feels really silly. Everywhere I go, out to my truck. And like it wasn't speedy, and it definitely was more energy using than it was expedient.
Right.
But I haven't been able to move faster to make those bends. There are high knee bends.
It's pretty exciting.
I was like, all right, here we go. muscles. It's not the tendons. It's like the literal outside of the bone pieces are like, what the fuck are you doing? And like I sat here last night. It's happened a few times, and like this time, like I didn't realize like it would. I didn't think about it before I fell asleep, and like I was like, like as I'm like trying to move, I'm like making those sounds like it like hurt so bad,
Yeah.
and I was like, just deal like what's going on, like it's not damage, like
Yeah.
what's going on, what is this, and it
What about a lack of synovial fluid?
is that what's inside your joints?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And when that goes away, that can start to form arthritis. Starts to release the synovial fluid, and the joint starts rubbing on itself, and that's osteoarthritis.
Maybe I should not force this so much.